It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here. You can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space with the air like I don't care, baby. By the way, because I'm happy. I'm alone if you feel
Hey!
without a roof. Because I'm happy. I'm alone if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy.
Hey!
If you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. I'm alone if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news talking this and that.
Trying to get your 50s and 60s dance on, baby. Hey!
I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time.
Hey!
Because I'm happy, I'm alone if you feel like a room without a roof.
Hey!
Because I'm happy, I'm alone if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy,
Come on, cardio.
If you know what happiness is to you.
Hey!
Because I'm happy,
Kick them legs up like I'm doing. Hey!
that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down.
Hey!
Bring me down, can't none bring me down.
Hey, all right. 3-part harmony, come on. 3-part harmony, come on. Hey!
You feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth.
Hey!
Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof.
Hey! Run the place, baby, run the place.
Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do.
Hey!
Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Love is too high, bring me down.
It's 4 parts.
Can't none bring me
4
down.
parts. Hey!
Clap along if
Hey!
you feel
Hey!
without a roof.
Hey!
Clap along if you feel like
Take to the church.
because I'm happy. Clap along if
Hey!
you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do.
Yes! Woo, baby. Baby, I'm tired as hell. Whew. What's happening? What up, Mo? Hold on, let me stop this. Stop. Oh my gosh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Y'all. What's happening? Oh my gosh, girl. I'm trying to pull and find and all this type of stuff, Lord. I'm still trying to find everything about what is going on with this P. Diddy. Y'all give me one more second, honey. It is going on. Mo, this girl you sent me, is she what, like, I didn't get a chance to hold on. Okay, so this is what's it? YouTube. Okay, so it's on my phone. It should be on my computer. Yeah, I guess it's been some stuff today. I got a poll up. Now, people, um, y'all gave me a little cause for concern yesterday on that last poll. Yes, ma'am, anything we do. People, since yesterday I put a poll up asking because it's so much going on. I can't keep up, y'all. I don't see how y'all keep up, and I'm literally still down. And y'all at work and everywhere else and school and whatever, and y'all are keeping up. I can't keep up. Now maybe y'all don't have the burden of keeping up with the paperwork too, because I have to keep up with the paperwork, the video, the this, the that, the news clip, the this, the this, the and in between all of that, be all up and down your timeline with what ever was going on in my mind at that point. Can't share with nobody else. Okay? Got to come on and share it with you. But yeah. They ask questions. You know how they do. They be like, mm. Oh, wait a minute. They saying something else about Tyson. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm about sick of this. Because they will milk it. Hold on. Did they say something else?
But you are not going to embarrass me. I'm going to keep a piece of my name and a piece of my integrity intact. And you're not going to go out here and give it everything.
Hold on.
It's made to be anywhere from $10 to $20 million. Jake Paul obviously got his bag, so.
Hold on. I think that they reflipped it from yesterday because this seems like a little small piece of the clip I played yesterday when they were talking about that whole Mike Tyson and Jake Paul debacle, right? You know, boxing is my thing. Okay. So, man, I already spoke on it, so I thought they had something else to say because they have a couple different channels. Don't play with me. I'm finna get them. What you mean? Yeah, you know what? When I was over there on ESPN3, and the rest of the little um, sports online channels or whatever, um, after as a woman, because first they thought I was a man, because remember it's online, right? I'm not on there as me. I mean, I'm on there. If you know me, you knew who I was, whatever. But I'm signing on, and under a moniker as anybody else, right? It was I was already online, in the political realm, so I was under mayor, right? I showed y'all that's what I was posting on those, way back when, right? I was under the mayor, right? Because that's what people call me, the mayor. I'm not gonna explain it. I'm not gonna go back and explain every footprint of my darn life, but whatever. So that's what they, knew me under, right? And before, we wasn't speaking and stuff like that. It was just all typing. So they thought I was a man. I was just that good with the sports, minus football. Yeah, and I was a man. And then who they thought I was like, oh yeah, baby, because that gave me real. I was like, oh my God, they think I'm him. He real good. Yeah, I'm like, he the bomb.com. And end up dating him. I goes for the top of the food chain, child. Hey, I don't deal with the little people. Oh, baby, I got, that ain't like I went for him. He actually went for me, but nonetheless, you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, they thought I was him. Then I ended up dating him. Baby, I done been in all kinds of shit. But yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He, when I tell you, he real good. He got the key to the city, but not this city, but a city. Okay, stop playing with me. Okay, don't you think I'm playing? Hold on. See if I can get him on the line. Don't play with me. Hold on. Let me see if I can get him on the line. This is the favorite part of my life 'cause I know it piss people off. Yes, honey. Old ass. He like to do what I tell him not to do. But anyway, so they thought I was him. And I'm like, huh? I was like, whoa. So, because you give your critiques and stuff, get into your arguments and how they be doing, right? And it was going, whoo. And so after I had gotten, oh, here we go. Hey, hey, which one of them cities you got the key to? We went to the, wait a minute, we went to what's the name, and it was a key up there with your name on there. Yeah. Okay, I know I wasn't crazy. I know I wasn't crazy. I mean, I know I wasn't crazy. What's happening?
Yeah, I thought you know around here. What's that?
Not around here. No, they ain't gave you no key around here.
Hey, give me a key shit. They be trying to keep me out that door.
That's what,
They go to the door. You know how we do. What we do is we kick them bitches in.
kick them in. Okay, don't play. We kick them in. Right. I know that's right. I know I wasn't crazy. Yeah. What's happening?
That girl just sitting out here today told her to go scout a game.
Oh,
So they see what's going on.
who you scouting who?
Loose around the beach.
Oh, okay.
Girl, I ain't heard from you in a minute. What you up to?
Nothing. Just talking to some people. I'm just talking to some people. Why you gotta be nosy? I call. Oh, wait a minute. Hello. I'm calling you with my nose and stuff. No, I was just trying to get some clarity because when I tell the story, I want to make sure I got it right. That's all I mean. So wait a minute now. Which one of them cities? Yeah. Oh. Oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You Jacksonville did a proclamation for you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody ain't able. Well, everybody be trying. Everybody ain't able.
Yeah, a little something around there. You know, we did a little something.
Oh, you just something. Oh, okay.
That's smart, you know. The people smart, smart.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, you know we got lady rounds every damn well. Man, I tell you, I remember we took.
Yeah, cause you don't. Right, I know, and cause you don't never remember the people's name. I'm coming, y'all. He long, huh? Baby, you don't know them people name. You don't know nobody name. Know what? You know what, baby? I remember. Listen here. Oh my gosh, you don't be knowing nobody. You act like everybody is family, friend, or whatever. And I used to tell you about that. No, I'm talking about beyond the kids. I'm talking about these people. When you set up there, yeah, and I'm like, you don't know who that is. You don't know who that is in your house. Well, let me tell you who it is. Somebody trying to kill them. How about that? How about that? Remember I walked in your house and saw Milton. I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go. And I'm like, do you know that they got a bounty on his head? Bye. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sitting up there. I'm like, oh my God, check with people before you add that into your house. Is you crazy? I came in, I said, oh, gotta go. Like, huh?
I remember that shit.
You remember that? I was like, oh, gotta go. That's what I'm telling you. You tell me that's my friend from church. I'm like, yeah, they got a bounty on his head. Gotta go. Like, stop. Yeah, and then you don't sit up there and with the sheriff's son. Oh Lord, I don't know that man name right now. The sheriff's son. You got.
Yeah, you talking about Glover.
Yeah, Sheriff Glover's son, and you up there talking about like what's his name? The man all on the HBO doc for framing the boy, all this, and you talking about what's your name again? I'm looking at you. I'm shooting you a unit. I'm looking at you. I'm so sick of this. This nigga always got me in some shit. I know, but I'm on stage. But baby, I'm tired of you. I was like, oh, gotta go. Just crazy. I know, but still, I'm like, oh my God, I'm like, this man is all over the HBO doc, the HBO, the people don't want an award for the doc and all this, and you got the man in here talking about you don't know his name and you can't remember, and I'm just looking at you. I said, I can't believe this him. I am so sick of this nigga. I don't know what to do. Huh?
You know, I was a straight girl.
I know. Listen, thug my ass. This is crazy. I'm like, oh Lord, Hammer, you talking about that's my friend from church? I'm like, yeah, and he got a bounty on his head. Bye. I gotta go. Get out of here. I'm just looking. Oh my.
Crazy cousin though. Got passed away that year today. You know my cousin was crazy there.
What cousin?
Girl, you better stop.
What cousin?
Cousin that you used to date.
Wait a minute, before I know y'all was cousins. Hold on, get it together. Yeah, okay, but still, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Yo, Jesus. I'm trying to, baby, I'm tired. Oh, yeah. Baby, y'all don't woke me. I'm tired, baby. I can't. But boy, let me. But now I thought I was talking to people. Where? Wh- Oh, okay. Where is that? I don't go over there. I mean, I'll come over there. I'm just saying, but I don't know what you talking about. But I know where Main. Of course, I know where Main Street is. Yeah. Oh, she is. Uh. Well, oh, she doing all right. Mm, your daughter. Boy, you crazy. What you mean your daughter?
That's my child. That's my daughter. You know that.
Boy,
Ask her who her dad.
that's a who, daddy. Boy, boy, I got to go. You always talking that foolishness, boy.
Ask her who her dad is and see what she did to you. Okay?
Oh Lord, what?
She gonna tell you right away. yes, yes, ma'am. You
Boy,
know, she
something
didn't
wrong
want to
with
get in
you.
that car. She didn't want to get in that damn car. Ah,
But boy, something wrong with you. Yes, sir. I'm gonna come see you. Whatever. Yeah, because you don't know you just walks up in people's house and stuff and all of that. You know how I be. So I haven't. You can do that. Okay. I know you
yeah,
had it. I know you had privileges. I know.
yeah,
Oh,
I
you
got
got
it.
privileges.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I got privileges. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, hey, anime.
bye, fool.
God love you. God talk
Love
to
you.
you later.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Lord, y'all. Hey, this, you know. So I told you I'd do it. Don't play with me. Go to the top. But anyway, so listen, y'all. Now I'm discombobulated. Can go on here. Um. Hmm. Hey, Miss Karen. Hey, Purple Purple. Better people be mad at me. Yes, baby. Yes, honey. Shit. Talking about. Anyway, um, I'm discombobulated now, baby. I'm a little out of sorts. I'm gonna get it together. Hold on. Now, let me get my food real quick because we got to get into this. But I'm trying to get the transcript from Puppy today. I don't know what happened. Um, I'm talking about he got the man in the house, child, with the bounty on his head. Now you know I know if it's going on, it's going. I know what's going on. Okay, and baby, he got the man with the bounty on his head. Oh, that's my church friend. I'm like, okay, I got to go. All right, there. You crazy? I'm coming, y'all. Let me get my food real quick.
You know I love
Yes.
music. And every time
Come
I hear
on,
something
come
hot,
on, come on, y'all.
it makes
Get
me
up,
want
get
to
that
move.
cardio going.
It makes me want to have
This
fun.
is Baptist
But
people.
it's something about this joint right here. This joint right here, it makes me want to let it go. Can't let this thing called love get away from you. Feel free right now, go to what you wanna do. Can't let nobody take it away from you, from me, away. No time for moping around. Are you getting it? And no time for negative vibes, cause I'm winning. It's been a long week, I put in my hardest. Gonna live my life I'm looking at me when I'm walking past the mirror. Don't stress through the night at a time in my life. Ain't worried about if you feel it. Got my head on straight, I got my vibe right. I ain't gonna let you kill it. See, I won't change my life, my life. Just bye, 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 bye. Ooh. Bye, 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 bye. Ooh. Bye, 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 bye. Ooh. See, I won't change my life, my life. Just feel so good when you're doing all the things that you wanna do. Give the best out of life, treat yourself to something new. Keep your head up high in yourself, believe in you, believe me. Having been a really good time, I'm not complaining, and I'ma still wear a smile if it's raining. I gotta enjoy myself regardless. I appreciate life, I'm so glad that's fine. So when I see you, when I'm looking at me, when I'm walking past the mirror, ain't worry about doing what you're gonna do. I'm a lady, so I must stay classy. Gotta keep it high, keep it together if I want to get better. See, I won't change my life, my life. Just bye, 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 bye. Oh, bye, 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 bye. I won't change my life, my life. I ain't gonna let nothing get in my way. No matter what nobody has to say. When you're doing all the things that we all now we got the head. We should laugh at. It's a really good thing to say. I won't change my life, my life. Just fine. When I'm walking past the mirror, don't stress through the night at a time in my life. Ain't worried about you feel it. Got my head on straight, I got my vibe right. I ain't gonna let you kill it. See, I won't change my life, my life. Just fine.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, okay. Now, no for the foolishness. We're gonna get to the what we come here for. We have to get our cardio. So I have to find a sneaky way to get the cardio in us because we need to get a little cardio. I ain't say go get out there and run, but if you do, that's good. But you gotta get it in with some kind of way, a little something. But anyway, so a lot went on. Let's get on into it. Oh my God! You know what? That must be an AKA thing. You AKA right? If I remember right, because I'm finna get on you. And baby, them pork chops. Oh my God, they are porking here. And I'm glad that I didn't make the decision to, because what I wanted to do was to turn it into like our I brought a sauce from my local barbecue house and like what they do is put the sauce on how they do, put the sauce on the meat as well as the fries and stuff. Do y'all people do that? Because it seems like every little mom and pop little barbecue place we have, they make their own sauce. They're gonna put it on that meat plus them fries, right? Girl, you be shaking your head, baby, when the OG talked about Harley's barbecue. That sauce up there, them curly cues. What? It's people, the Southside Ball, it's people that be coming from different places. I have no idea why. They be coming from different places to eat that barbecue. I be like, But them AKAs, all they do is line dances. They got and this song especially. That's all they do. I don't know if they got a unified line dance or what, or if it's just one specific to the song. But they love the damn line dance, and I'd like to be at their functions eating because they have some good groceries there. Yeah, I go to all the functions. But listen, so we got to see what the hell went on in this YSL trial today. Okay, so I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna sneak out there. I ain't gonna hold you no longer. I done cut the fool. I don't know why the people don't like me to get on the line. You know what? It's probably, you know what? Maybe if people could, have some outside connections other than YouTube and the people on YouTube, they might be a little healthier. I'm not, and health is mental health as well. That's really what I'm talking about. Okay, and then you won't be so worried about the fact that there's nothing really going on YouTube, right? There's really nothing, right? So since there's nothing, you really have to keep up with what's going on in the world. Now, if you too dumb to keep up with what's going on in the world, that's the only one way to be in this first. What you talking about? Now you behind the time. But listen, if there's nothing going on YouTube, so you got to find something to keep track of, right? They actually, you was keeping track of the R. Kelly saga. You had to find another saga to keep track of. That's what you want to do. Me, because I've made some genuine connections out here, whatever. I mean, I can always continue to talk to them offline and stuff like that. But then you got a way that we connect together from other platforms and stuff like that. And I can see, from the back office, anybody that's operating StreamYards. I don't know how the others. Well, I know Restream is like that. You can see the other platforms when they post up and stuff like that. Um, they can hear you. You can hear them, what have you. But um, so anyway, let's not hear that. But you just have to find something that you can keep up with, or that you want to keep up with if you want to still flourish on YouTube. I don't know. Um, why do I don't know. But a lot of people have issues with people leaving their lives and stuff like that, detachment issues and stuff like that. But this is not a psychology class, darn it. Um, but anyway, apparently something happened. Well, let's see if we can find out what happened with. I think this was between Kayla Bunkers and the detective that was on the stand. And I'm telling you, this judge, after this, because I heard a little bit of it, after this judge might quit. After this trial, this might be the one that sends her ass into retirement.
Improper or not relevant. So if there has been questions and testimony about whether the times for everything sync up, I think has been Mr. Sharp's his argument the entire time. Well, in the screenshot that was admitted to Detective Hogan and
Okay, I didn't rule that it wasn't relevant. What we discussed up here at the bench was that it's not within the scope of redirect, which is when Ms. Hilton said, oh, yes, it is, because I'm going to be establishing that all of the times line up.
On cross, he disputed that the 959 from wiretap was anywhere close or could be related to the 959 anywhere else.
Was established as being the same 959, and I have heard nothing that, maybe you could tell me how you can establish that.
So at 959, when he makes the FaceTime or the call, he is at 464 Windsor Street. Okay, so then you go to your next step.
No, that is, how do we know that he's at 464 Windsor Street?
Says it.
Because some other item of evidence says it, and we don't know that they're all running on the same clock.
That's what we're trying to show you it is, because at 959, if everyone will just wait, and we'll get to the big ta-da. So at 959 on the wiretap thing, it says 464 Windsor Street. On the ankle monitor, on a separate device, at 959, Mr. Jackson is at 464 Windsor Street. That correlates, they're the exact same place at the exact same time. At 10:02, it shows that he's at PJVR2, whatever. That's the intersection of I-20 and the light. And then at 10:02 on the FedEx thing, and it says 10:02:17. So it's the exact same thing. It's to show that all the times line up. All this questioning that the times are not accurate, that the times don't sync up. We're proving that they actually do sync up, which is what he challenged Investigator Viverito about this 959, and she's just making it up, and all the evidence is being presented as how she wants it to. And now we have physical evidence from different videos that show they actually all do sync up, that they're all running on the same, time width or band, whatever.
I think you can argue that. I don't think that is established. But if you want to have her say, but Ms. Hilton says she'll have already left 959 anyway. So I'm still at a loss as to where we are. But we'll just get her back in. And
I have a motion before the jury comes out to bring her back in, because unfortunately it's my job to further tax the patients in court.
what's that?
Yeah, I have a motion to strike the testimony of Investigator Viverito as well as any evidence that came under her. And the reason I make this motion, Your Honor, is yesterday it came up that she had not been, that she had been following the case. The court asked me to not pursue that. I'm not.
Come up that she had been following the case. It came up that she knew that somebody had mentioned her on Twitter.
Okay, and your opinion would have been different if she was following the case? Because
No, if you know that she was following the case, that doesn't exclude her as a witness. You can let the jury know that.
Okay, because
You can ask her that.
I can ask her about her following the case?
Sure, and we'll see what she says.
Okay,
And if that's so, then it still doesn't exclude her testimony. It just lets the jury know, well, she may know some of this other stuff from listening to some other witness.
okay, because what I would like to get into, and we may as well bring it up now before the jury is here, is that she got into an altercation out in the hallway with Kayla Bumpus.
Why is that relevant to the guilt or innocence?
I'm about to go there, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just let me finish a second. She got into it because she was watching Kayla Bumpus's YouTube feed about this case. And Kayla Bumpus apparently called her.
Okay, you may get into whether she has been tracking this case.
Mhm.
You may not get into whether she got into a dispute with somebody
gets into
about
her-
their post.
It gets into her bias against these defendants, Your Honor. It goes directly to it.
What are you proposing to ask?
I'm proposing to ask if she told Kayla Bumpus in the hallway that that was the last time she was going to call her a hoe. It goes direct.
I'm sorry, the last time who was going
That
to call?
Kayla, sorry for the pronouns, that Kayla Bumpus was going to call investigator Viverito
We need to
a
get
hoe.
into who it was, or just that somebody,
I think we need to get into who it
Why?
was.
why?
Because she's married to Mr. Jackson.
Well, was she at the time? Is this for real, y'all?
Yeah. Well,
None of this is relevant. Whatever is happening between Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Jackson, this has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence.
If she is-
Unfortunately, the bias of a witness, well, fortunately, or I strike that. It is not fortunate or unfortunate, except for the fact that it is dragging this case on even longer. But a witness's bias towards a party may always be shown.
if she is in a dispute, if she is
Don't
in,
talk at the same time.
Kayla Bumpus is not a party to this incident. Kayla.
Yes, but if she's married to one of the parties, then that might qualify.
If I
Here.
just maybe concur, I don't know, I'm not the proponent of this evidence. I'm hearing Mr. Weinstein out, but my silence should not be viewed as acquiescence that I believe this should be admitted. I need to hear what Mr. Weinstein's saying because I may have an objection myself.
what I'm saying is that if there is a relationship between Miss Bumpus and the defendant, then investigator Viverito's bias against that.
Against
Someone-
being called a bad name?
No, if she is in an altercation with someone that's in a relationship with the defendant, I think, and especially if it is a threat, because
How is that a threat?
that's the last time you're going to call me a hoe. I mean, I've had clients arrested for less.
You may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, I'm not finished with my sentence. You may ask if she is following the case and has been following the case in any kind of manner. But it's really only relevant if she listened to the testimony of a witness. So you could ask that. But if she's just looking at, and I don't even know if she was looking at, maybe somebody told her. So why don't we get her in here and find all of that out outside the presence of the jury before we go into something that ends up being a bunch of nothing?
Well, that's why I wanted to bring it up when the jury wasn't here, Your Honor.
So can we also bring up before we go into the side searches, the fact that Ms. Bumpus represented Mr. Copeland, about to open up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think saying who this is before we find out anything, I mean, do we know whether, we don't even know whether she's actually married to him or if she was married to him at the time, or if Miss Viverito knows that, or if it was because of any kind of bias against Mr. Stillwell, or just that she doesn't like being called that name.
Well, and no one would, Your Honor, obviously. But if she is in an altercation with someone in a
What do you
relationship,
mean by altercation?
a verbal altercation,
Okay. I mean,
you know,
a
if there's-
verbal, that's the
if they're
last
idle-
time you're going to call me that?
excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's the last time you're going to call me that? That's not exactly an altercation. Is that,
Okay.
is that all you've got?
That's all I have.
Okay, that's it. I think that this is 403 material.
There we go. One for the stick.
Hoisted on my own petard, Your Honor.
Correct. All right, let's get the witness back in and the jury back in.
No, I haven't. This whole judge gonna quit. I don't know what else happens next. Like, what? You do not consent to what? Right. They're trying to use any and everything to get them people free. And I get that. They supposed to. They fight. One thing about it, those lawyers and Diddy's lawyers, they are fighting. They use in and everything, right? As they should. I don't know if this continues or not. But Doug Weinstein said, when white people say black folks' words, that shit just takes me out. Let me see if it continues. It's not going to continue in front of the jury, so let me see. Well, this looks like maybe they're leaving. It must be the jury going out.
All right, Ms. Hilton, does the state have any further evidence?
No, Your Honor, the state of Georgia rests.
All right, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, considering the hour, I think that I'm going to let y'all go for the day. And then actually tomorrow, we will all have matters to take up outside of your presence. That's been kind of a common theme in this trial, and it happens in every trial, I promise. So y'all will have the day off tomorrow, and we'll see you back Thursday at 9 a.m. RICO, not APS Atlanta Police, APS Atlanta Public Schools cheating trial. I have looked at some other trials too and tried to pull some language from that. But if there's something else, I haven't gotten it yet.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Floyd, are you going to be providing us with any suggested jury instructions on RICO and or a possible verdict form with regard to RICO, which would be really nice?
Those are separate but related questions, Your Honor. So to answer the first one, we haven't sent anybody any additional ones. We've looked at yours. They've been kind of evolving. But I don't have very much complaint about them. They're largely drawn from APS, and I wrote those. So I'm not, it's only just a matter of whether there's anything in between.
Those aren't actually drawn from APS. I didn't look at the APS stuff until this afternoon, but okay, you can take credit for it.
Well, okay. I thought that's what you said. I'll tell you that they're not drawn from APS. They're drawn from cases that use a version of the APS charges.
Okay.
There might be an intermediate generation, but they.
Anyway, I hear you saying you think they're pretty good.
You heard me say I think they're pretty good.
Okay.
And I can't at this stage, because we're just starting this process.
Sure.
I can't foreclose that depending on what you decide to do with one charge, we might suggest that another needs to be supplemented or we add something.
Sure.
But I think.
You don't have any whole scale additions that you think need.
No.
We'll just hash through it. Okay.
I do not, and I think there's one issue that has to be resolved. I only have 2 charges submitted by Mr. Kendrick.
Yeah.
I don't have any charges submitted by Mr. Stillwell. On RICO.
They're working together on it.
We're working together.
Okay, that's what, I'm just making sure I'm accounting for everybody here. I understood they were from the defense. They had the name Kendrick on them, so that's why I made that specification.
Thank you.
But I I'm gonna surprise you. You disagree with him. I'll explain why. One is a
Hey,
short
Daniel.
explanation, one is a longer explanation. You have statute of limitations. and
Oh,
then-
yeah, I already told him he's totally wrong on half of that.
Okay, it's, yeah.
You missed that part. But
Okay. All right, yeah, it's the opposite. The rule is the opposite of that.
all right, well, we'll get into the nitty gritty tomorrow if that's okay with everybody.
Sure. And the other one, which is whether instruct the jury at scene reach, that feeds into the jury form. And I've done a good bit of research and I have some things to say about that.
Well, if you have anything for me to consider sort of in the interim, probably or not, I'm going to be working on the directed verdict motion response. But if you're not, and if you have something that I could be considering in the interim, you know, go ahead and send it to Ms. Persefield. Because, yeah, I mean, it's a lot more straightforward when you're alleging RICO and not a RICO conspiracy. And so I definitely want to get right what it is that the jury has to find.
Understood. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So
I don't know what happened.
All right. So if you do have anything more in writing, go ahead and send that now. And that includes a potential verdict form. You know, just send it to Ms. Persefield. She can send it out. I mean, I think we've got a list of all of the attorneys. So
I don't have anything set to send right
okay,
now. But
that's
if
fine.
it's night or first thing in the morning, I mean, our view of the verdict form can be used. Why don't I get into that then, Your Honor? So the question I think that has come up is whether the jury should be asked to decide which acts of racketeering activity the members of the conspiracy agreed would be committed. And there's two approaches to that. One approach is that there's going to be a very long list of every one of them, and they're going to be asked somehow, did the conspirators, which would really mean any of the conspirators, any two of them, agree this crime be committed? Because the ultimate objective has to be a substantive violation of the statute. That's the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court said that in Salinas, and I think you've recognized that in things you've said and pleadings that have come along. The other approach is to say, instruct them that they have to agree that the conspiracy contemplated certain types of acts of racketeering activity, and they have to decide whether the conspirators agreed that any of those types would be committed without going to specific ones. So, you know, and usually when I've addressed this issue or something like it, the argument from my opponents is, well, why wouldn't we want to know everything? And the answer is, you get a case like this where you have almost 200 overt acts. About half of them are also racketeering activity. And that is an opportunity for a lot of confusion, and it takes a lot out of the jury. It's a big ask for them. And jurors,
So we've already asked so much of them.
I suggest we ask not that much more, but that's just me. But the point is that is just not normally how it is done. And this starts out with, and I know we submitted a brief on this earlier, a bench brief, but it starts out with a basic understanding of what conspiracy is. And the crime in conspiracy is the agreement. The crime is not the commission of acts of racketeering activity, because none have to be
Right,
committed.
it's
for
the
conspiracy
agreement plus
violation.
one overt act.
Exactly. And the function of the overt act is important to understand too, because the overt act doesn't have to be a crime. And the reason is the function of the overt act, which is to show that the conspiracy is in operation. You know, I mean,
Right.
and I realize I may be telling you a couple of things that you are very familiar with, but I will be very brief. I mean, common law, no requirement for overt acts at all. There's no constitutional requirement. Federal RICO doesn't require overt acts. The Georgia General Assembly decided to track 1648, which is the general conspiracy statute in 2015 that was added. I'm actually kind of familiar with how that happened by coincidence. And so that's it. We have an overt act requirement. But all that overt act does is show that the conspiracy doesn't exist solely in the minds of the conspirators. It's actually moved into the real world. And there's kind of a fairness issue in that, which isn't required, but many legislatures decide to do it because it gives someone who, I'll just draw the example, you know, there's folks are having a few beers and there's a lot of talk about what ought to be done, and everybody says, yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Nobody does anything. The next morning, someone sobers up
Charge
and
somebody
says,
with the crime.
hell no. So
Yeah.
that's how it functions. So this question has not come up under Georgia RICO. This question has come up numerous times under federal RICO.
This question being what?
Does the jury have to decide which acts of racketeering activity the conspirators agreed to commit, or is it sufficient for the jury to decide the types? Okay. And the answer is uniform. Every federal court that has addressed this question has said it is type, it is not specific. And I can give you.
I mean, I think that makes sense, because what is required is they're agreeing to do bad things through a pattern of interrelated racketeering activity.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. And so what we get to, and I mean, just to kind of illustrate it in a case like this, suppose you have members of a gang and they are discussing what they want to do versus their ops. And they say, we hate those guys and we want to kill them. Everybody agrees. Yeah. I mean, wherever they are, we're going to hunt them down. We're going to kill them. If we can get them all, we'll get them all. We'll get as many as we can. Right? Have they agreed to kill a specific individual? You don't know the first person they're going to encounter. You don't know which of the members of the conspiracy will encounter that person first. If they are successful in encountering them, you don't know whether the encounter will be fatal to that individual, whether they'll be wounded, or whether they'll just be assaulted because somebody shot at them and missed. But all of those are acts of violence. All of those are within the scope of the enterprise. And in this case, you have all of those things actually happening in real life. They're not hypothetical. A terrorism analogy would be a group of people who agree to plant bombs. And they say, we need to destroy, I'll put it in Al-Qaeda type references. We're going to destroy the symbols of the great Satan's arrogance. Yes, one of those, his monuments, his hotels, his whatever, okay? We must do this, yes. How far will we go? As many as we can do. They've agreed to make bombs, plant bombs, destroy things, hurt people. We don't know exactly which bomb will get planted, exactly where it'll actually go off, whether hundreds of people will be injured or nobody will be injured. but they have agreed to engage in this course of activity. That is the violation. It's manifest. In federal law, all they would have to have is that conversation. Georgia law, all they would have to do is have that conversation plus an email, a phone call, or in some cases, as it tends to be, many, many other things. But that's all it is. And that's why, you know, just for the record, I'll give you a few examples. United States v. Applins, APPLINS, 637 F 3rd 59 at 8081. It's a Second Circuit 2011 case held. The jury was not required to answer special interrogatories as to which specific predicate acts each defendant would commit. U.S.
7F what?
Sorry.
What's that one?
637 F 3rd 59
Okay.
at 8081. United States versus Gutierrez, Guiterrez, 963 F 3rd 320 at 328. District Court was asked to issue special verdict form requiring the jury to identify specific racketeering activities each appellant conspired to commit. It declined.
The special interrogatory?
I could not say that. No, I don't think it's reversible error.
Okay.
I think I believe you have something here.
Okay.
The question is, how is it best exercised under this? U.S. v. Cornell, spelled like the school, CORNELL, 780 F 3rd 616 at 625, 4th Circuit 2015. Cornell cataloged the cases. It surveyed the federal cases and said I'm quoting, every circuit to have considered this issue has concluded that for a RICO conspiracy charge, the jury need only be unanimous as to the types of racketeering acts that the defendants agreed to commit.
Okay. And that does seem to make sense to me because, again, we're at the conspiracy stage. We're not at the completed racketeering acts stage necessarily. So, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I won't belabor the point then.
What else? How about overt acts? I mean, those need to, if there's going to be one needs to be found, at least one needs to be found. That would need to be specified, right? And found unanimously, right?
At least they have to be unanimous that an overt act occurred. Yes. They generally, and I'm looking for, I apologize, I have the language with me. It'll take me 1 second. I have an example, and if I can't find it in 20 seconds, I will send it to you.
Okay.
But the instruction was you must unanimously find that an overt act was committed, and you must be unanimous as to which one. It was not, you have to go top. And I think that is more efficient and just less likely to cause confusion. The overt act,
I would like
something
that
the
slide.
statute requires, but it doesn't require a great deal of effort. Here, the question was, and I'll show you the case. It was not a RICO case. Unfortunately, lots of cases talk about what the court did, but don't tell you exactly what it said. They don't give you the exact instruction. A case called United States versus Boyle, B-O-Y-L-E, 96 F 3rd, 1444. It is out of the Fifth Circuit. It was, I just want to be clear, it was not a RICO, it was a conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
The question that was asked was, do you agree unanimously on at least one specific overt act which was committed in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit each of the offenses you checked in
United
question
States
one?
versus
Because there was more
Kelly
than one
addressed
conspiracy.
Boyle.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much
they
we
address
can say
Boyle
that's
as
on
the
all
something.
fours, though, considering like you said, it's a conspiracy case and not a RICO case, which I know RICO is a conspiracy, but we've got a specific overt act requirement in our statute. Do you know of any Georgia case law or case law from a sister state with similar RICO statute that answers this question?
Well,
Okay, is that me? Oh.
let me tell, I'll take a shot at that in a second, but let me back up because the case I was talking about, I should have said this up front. It was conspiracy to commit obstruction of justice. The federal obstruction statutes don't have their own embedded conspiracy provisions. So that's a general 18 U.S.C. 371 conspiracy, which is almost identical to 1648. So that was under a conspiracy statute that had an overt act requirement, just like ours does. And if you were to match 1648 against 18 U.S.C. 371, basically the same statute. I think 1648 is drawn from 371.
Okay.
As far as other states addressing this, I have not found anything.
Okay. And so would your suggestion as to how the court ensures that they find one within the statute of limitations just be to include that in the instruction, you know, not only you must unanimously find one and it must be unanimous as to which one it is, you must unanimously find one within whatever that date range is?
They have to find one within 5 years of the indictment. That's the test.
But I mean, would you just say like, you must unanimously find one within this date range?
Yes, I mean, you could, well, the instruction that I saw, that's the other one I was going to talk about. And you suggested that you'd already settled that. I didn't hear exactly how it was settled.
Oh,
but the test.
Yeah, the other one about like, I can't remember exactly what it said because I've already deleted it from my version, but that anything that wasn't an overt act within that statute didn't even get included, and that's not true. It can be 500 of those as long as one of them is within the statute. They can find however many others they want to outside of the statute.
Yeah, and they can go back to the beginning of time as well. This question was answered in a ruling by Judge Glanville. The statute of limitations question.
Yeah, I don't have any question about the statute of limitations question.
All right.
I know that that proposition was incorrect, and I understand what the law is.
All right. And then, okay, so I may have been missing the exact question you asked me.
So the question I asked is if I am not having them find, you know, overt acts 1 through 190, do you find this or not?
Right.
Then is the way that I ensure myself that they found an overt act that is within the required 5 years prior to the indictment to just tell them you need to unanimously find at least one overt act within the date range and your decision about which one has to be unanimous?
Yes, I think that takes care of it. That it actually answers both questions. Those were the only two charges I really had much to say about, and I think that would take care of it neatly.
Okay. All right. Well, again, we'll get into the nitty-gritty tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
For what it's worth, in Georgia, the closest that I know of this issue coming up was the Dorsey trial. And in that, Judge Becker had initially said she wanted the jury to fill out this form. That was a substantive RICO. And so she would have been listing predicate acts, not overt acts. But it's kind of the same idea, basically. I don't know exactly why. And initially I wasn't successful in changing her mind, but she wanted to do it after they decided guilt or innocence and then bring the jury back jury went 3+ days and they came back and
Well,
they,
you know, there are these
were a mess.
federal statutes, or not statutes, I'm sorry, but there's federal case law that seems to suggest that they need to find guilt, and then, and only then, do they need to say what predicate acts they found, which I find to be odd, but
that's mostly, I think, out of the Second Circuit,
Yeah.
and nobody else
Third
has
Circuit,
decided
too.
they like it. I mean, you can
that
find
may have been
many
why,
different
but
ways of
anyway,
handling it,
yeah.
especially if you go back.
very odd, doesn't help the jury at all.
Well, no, and asking the jury to do that if they've been deliberating for a very long time and coming back in and saying, and now you have another homework
I
assignment.
mean, what I want to do is give the jury a logical and correct roadmap as to how do you consider this?
Right.
What are you supposed to think about? What are you supposed to find? If you don't find it, then what happens? You know, I want to give them instructions that actually help them deliberate.
Yeah, yeah, and it's actually, there are federal opinions that say sort of offhandedly a RICO conspiracy case is a lot easier than a substantive one. I'm not sure everyone agrees with that, but I don't think it's a lot more complicated. It's really, do you have an agreement? Would the agreement have violated the statute if it was consummated? And was there an overt act? And then as to each individual, were they part of that conspiracy or not? And if it's
All right, let me ask you this.
the nuts and bolts.
So there has to be a, determination from the jury, whether it's a violation of subsection A or subsection B, that, they conspired to either participate in the enterprise or acquire money through a pattern of racketeering activity, and that somebody committed an overt act to further just the criminal objectives of the conspiracy as alleged in the indictment, or to further the specific pattern of racketeering activity that had been agreed upon?
No, it is not. There's nothing, first to kind of walk it through, there's nothing in the case law that says it would have to be as specific as the second. And so if I'm just conspiring in an enterprise, if I'm just saying, I hear you guys are the best robbery crew in town, I want to be part of it. And they say, okay, but you have to ante up $1,000, or we have to use your car. Pick anything you want. Give me your cell phone. Lend me $100 till payday. Any of that. As long as it ties to that enterprise, that's sufficient. And that's why the overt act itself doesn't have to be a crime. And part of what happens here is if we pile on additional requirements that aren't in the statute.
Okay, so it's just then to further the criminal objectives of the conspiracy.
Yeah.
And it's the criminal objectives of the conspiracy as alleged in the indictment, right?
Yes. So
And
if
it's
I,
not the non-criminal objectives of the conspiracy, is it?
if I wrote a haiku that didn't talk about other gangs or violence or anything else, I don't think that would do it. I agree. But the point is, that overt act doesn't get mutated into a full-fledged attempt or conspiracy of its own.
Oh, yeah, I
Because
know.
otherwise the
I mean,
statute
it can
would say
be,
that.
we're going to kidnap whomever,
Yeah,
and then we're going to kidnap their daughter or whatever. If I go by rope, that's not illegal, but that's an overt act in furtherance of our conspiracy to do bad things.
you drive
So, yeah.
you drive by the house and you say, yeah, they're home.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
Okay.
not illegal to drive by the house, and it's not illegal to look in the window, but if
Okay.
it's part of that conspiracy,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, but the objectives of the conspiracy, I mean, the objectives, so in the indictment, there are these objectives of the enterprise, YSL, listed out, some of which
5, I think.
are criminal and some of which would not be criminal.
They have, some have non-criminal aspects to them, yes.
Some are entirely non-criminal.
Right.
And so an overt act to further one of those things would not equate to a crime, assuming all of the other elements are there,
I understand what you're saying.
right?
I think that's correct.
Legally correct? Okay.
It says, the statute says an overt act to effect the object of the conspiracy. It speaks in the singular, it doesn't preclude the
Right.
plural.
And that has to be a criminal object, right?
We're talking about, well, the object is ultimately to violate a substantive provision. And I'm not trying to mince words, I'm thinking along with you.
Yeah,
But if you're forming an enterprise, remember that an enterprise can be legal.
yeah.
And so I might, if I form an enterprise as part of this, like different from this case, but an example, I form a corporation,
Mhm.
but I'm forming the corporation as part of a securities fraud scheme or a money laundering scheme or something like that.
Mhm.
That can be an act overt act in furtherance of the objectives of the conspiracy. It is not itself illegal. I think we all agree the overt act itself doesn't have to be illegal.
Right,
The statute says to effect the object of the conspiracy.
right. And when it says to effect the object of the conspiracy, implied in there, but necessary, is it has to be a criminal object of the conspiracy. Because it wouldn't be a conspiracy if it weren't
Didn't have a criminal element.
an agreement to do something criminal.
We wouldn't be charging a
Come on,
conspiracy to
Kelly.
comply with the law.
I'm
That's
talking
correct.
to you. I'm
Okay.
telling you what's going
All
on.
right. Anybody need any further exposition before we get more detailed tomorrow?
No, I just want the opportunity to respond tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. And if you want, I mean, it's only 4:20, so if you want to respond to anything right now, go ahead. But y'all wanted the afternoon to work on the directed verdict, so.
And I'm going to reiterate my humble request of the state in an effort to get to the bottom of the directed verdict stuff and arguments. I know you're busy. Could someone please send over email copies of the exhibits that you have admitted? Because I think they were giving us, for most of the trial anyways, PowerPoints of the upcoming exhibits. And I think that would cut to the chase about a lot of these directed verdict.
Also, they did
My
get
memory
specific
is not
verdict.
perfect going back 8-9 months.
I believe Ms. Knight has started, and I thought she sent the link. I'm confirming. Are there
Okay.
certain acts that you want, because of the amount of media in some of them, they're taking a little longer? Are there certain acts, and we can talk offline.
Yeah,
Are there certain acts that we can start with first and then get
Okay.
the other ones?
And I assume you'll have, if you find it, whatever that law is that we're talking about on the downtown.
Yes. Yes, Ron, I will forward the keys.
All right. And then y'all will have specifically a list of evidence that exists and is admitted in this trial to support every one of these counts, right? Because I'm assuming, I mean, I don't know what they're going to move for directed verdict on, but you'll have the answer as to whether there is evidence to support it. Okay.
And I'm just trying to.
All right.
Okay,
By
so let me
tomorrow,
tell you
when
what's
we take
going
this
on.
up in the morning, like I don't want,
So apparently, the defense looks like Shard had one of the counts probably related to this client. I don't know if Weinstein is joining in on that, but he's asking that the judge find that there wasn't enough evidence, sufficient enough for the jury to make a decision. So he's asking the judge for a directed verdict. Okay.
you to say to me,
Or
oh, now that I've heard what the directed verdict is on, let me have the next 4 hours to get my response together. Because we talked about this a week and a half ago, that we were getting to this point and y'all needed to be ready with whatever y'all were going to say as the defense and whatever you were going to respond to as the state. Okay. All right. See y'all at, we want to say 9? Okay. See y'all at 9.
Mm. So, what y'all think? Is a ghetto or what? They ain't talking about hoes and all this type of stuff, girl. They gonna start questioning your shit. I'm gonna tell y'all something about Georgia law, honey. I'm not gonna keep my mouth closed. Woo! Mm-mm. So I'm looking for the Diddy stuff. That's what I'm trying to get you back connected. Let me see. I hate to. All right, if I'm gonna refresh. If I go somewhere, don't go nowhere. Hold on. It didn't work. It didn't work. So I don't know. So let's find out what happened with P Daddy. Let's see if we can find what happened with P Daddy. Did y'all know that I wish I didn't know this. In Penitentiary 2, the women who sung the black national anthem, the one lady, not the dark skin, but the light skinned lady, who was running from Seldom Seen. You know, that's Lyrica Mama. She old as hell. I'm like, Lyrica, way younger than me. And her mom and her mother used to sing with Ike and Tina. Ike. She up there. So anyway, while I get this set up, the people over there in the sports community back in the day, when the ESPN stuff and we was doing all that stuff, right? They thought I was the guy on the phone. I was like, oh my gosh, I have arrived. And people like, no, that's a girl. That's a girl. That's such and such and such. You know how you got dang on privacy invaders are. And I'm like, no, I'm a female. They're like, nah, you him. You him. You him. And so, um, yeah. But listen, I know y'all thought y'all caught a hoe moment. Girl, don't hoe. I know that them two was cousins until later on. I'm the one that found out. You know, I know everybody. I didn't know they was cousins Okay, I ain't know nothing about that until after the fact, way after, like 7 or 8 years. And I was like, oh no, these jokers cousins. It was no whole effect. Sorry. Tell you, that book is going to be better than Ronnie Bozo and all y'all other fake authors that's supposed to have written a book. Where the book at? All these deals, these fake ass, y'all just lie. You know, y'all are boring. Man. Okay, so let's see what Sean P. Combs did today. I miss my little buddy. I'm all out of sorts now. I told you I like people. Y'all think I'm mean. I do like people. But I only like those who like me. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what this does. I want to get out here and talk. I don't know.
Things just keep getting worse for Sean Diddy Combs. He's now being hit with 7 new lawsuits accusing him of sexual assault, drugging, and a whole other slew of things. And some of these lawsuits include unnamed celebrities. 4 men and 3 women, identified as John and Jane Doe's, have accused Diddy of sexual assaults and drugging and rape, and some of them were minors at the time of their alleged assaults. One of the lawsuits states that she was 13 years old at the time of the assault. She had received an invitation to the MTV Video Music Awards after party in 2000. She alleges that she was drugged and that an unnamed male celebrity raped her while an unnamed female celebrity Combs watched. Now, Combs' team has said that he denies all of these allegations. And in a statement to CNN, Combs' team said, quote, Mr. Combs and his legal team have full confidence in the facts that the defense is in the integrity of the conviction process. Report the truth will prevail. Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted anyone, adult or minor, man or woman. These new lawsuits are just adding on to the pile of the already existing problems that Combs is facing. Federal prosecutors are accusing him of orchestrating a criminal empire that includes sexual trafficking, forced labor, decades of physical abuse, kidnapping. I mean, the list is long. He's looking at life in prison, and he's currently being held in New York as he awaits trial. The addition of the unnamed celebrities in these lawsuits just add more drama to this already very dramatic case. And of course, X, formerly known as Twitter, is having a heyday with all of this new information. The amount of speculation that's happening about alleged celebrities that are involved in these lawsuits is wild. I'd suggest for people to maybe calm down and let the legal process take its course. Because there are real people involved in this who, if these accusations are true, faced horrible, horrible treatment. And any speculation about who or what happened or anything it just degrades sort of the victims and their stories. Let them tell their stories. We shouldn't be speculating about what their stories include. That said, this is not Combs, and prosecutors have said that they're still investigating, so there could be a whole bunch more coming his way. One thing's for sure, his career's over. I mean, if in some wild world he's found not guilty of this, there's no way he's bouncing back.
I thought he's going to talk about something else. Okay, let me read. It says a federal judge on Tuesday. What is that?
Simon says, think different.
A federal judge on Tuesday ordered prosecutors to destroy the copies of 19 pages of notes seized from Sean Diddy Combs' jail cell. The decision came after Combs' defense team argued that the notes were protected under attorney-client privilege. The 55-year-old defense claimed the government unlawfully seized items out of his jail cell to try and keep him behind bars before his sex trafficking trial in May. U.S. District Judge Arun Subramanian ruled that the original papers will remain in the court's custody while both sides submit briefs over the next few weeks while he determines if they can be used in the trial. The government should not be in possession of the 19 pages, Subramanian said at the end of Tuesday's hearing, ABC reports. Prosecutors claim Combs, who is awaiting trial on the charges of racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation for the purposes of engaging in prostitution, used the notes to improperly influence witnesses. Unshackled and dressed in a tan inmate jumpsuit, Combs hugged his legal team in court Tuesday ahead of his 3 p.m. hearing, according to Law and Crime. I'm trying to get still trying to get the insider information from New York. Can't talk about that. I don't have nothing yet. So, let me see, what was the other one? All right, there's another one. Let me see if it gives us a little bit more. Child, listen, I've been trying to find a good price on that Clive Christian. Listen, yeah, the ads are all through my shit. Yeah, cause that bottle can be like $800 and something dollars, huh? For some cologne, huh? Baby. I mean, I need somebody to tell me where to find the regular men at. Huh? Where to find them at? Like, this is crazy. Yes, I'm trying. Yes, I'm on a budget. Look at them prices. Child Shibuki. I ain't got it. Or I don't want to give it up. I'm no, that's crazy. Let's see. Prosecutors in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking case have been ordered by. Is going to be repeated? Okay. In a win. Okay. Let me start from stop. Prosecutors in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking case have just been ordered by a New York judge to destroy all copies of almost 20 pages of material obtained in a recent raid of the much accused and incarcerated performer's jail cell. In a win for the All About the Benjamins performer, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District have also been told by Judge Arun Subramanian that the material or even excerpts from it cannot be used in any form in an upcoming bail hearing for Combs later this week. Let's see. Oh, so they can't use it against him. Oh, so they can't use the material. And if I'm not mistaken, the material was like, I guess it had information about him reaching out to people or what have you. They're trying to bribe them and all that type of stuff. Where they can't use that as a basis, as part of an argument for him staying in jail, not receiving bail. Right? Okay, maybe that's what it is. Um, in a nearly 90-minute hearing Tuesday, the prosecutors and the defense battled over the nature of the documents seized from Combs in the October sweep at the Metropolitan Detention Center. The embattled and much accused rap mogul have been held in the Brooklyn venue since his September 16th arrest in the lobby of a Manhattan hotel. And last night, late, and I'm sorry, y'all, yes, it's all on your screen. I'm trying to get the best price. Look here, $580.19, and that's with 40% off. Yes, you caught me trying to get a discount. You caught me. Okay? Put that on your live. You caught me. Which you don't even know probably what it is. So don't even worry about it. Got time for this. But late yesterday, they had put in a motion for him to come to court today unshackled, and that was granted. I checked it. I was checking the traps late last night. Well, when I got off this morning, whenever I got off. Okay, as well as facing a flood of civil lawsuits, Combs is charged with racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution for drug, fuel, and videotape freak-offs. 55-year-old could face life in prison if found guilty, and a trial set to start on May 5th, 2025. As Assistant U.S. Attorney Mary Christine Slavic argued, most of the material obtained in the in- incursion last month on Combs' cell in the famously harsh facility was not privileged. The once high-flying defendant was present for today's proceedings. Unlike the last hearing in this case, he was not in restraints Tuesday, thanks to the judge, his his mother. Oh, wait a minute, they don't have the comments and stuff. Thanks to Judge, his mother, several of his children, and other family members were in the room in New York's Daniel Patrick Monahan court Tuesday. Is this a jump? What am I has written? With the defense having failed to get a gag order on witnesses or see the case tossed out on allegations of government leaks, the road to the trial is looking increasingly to be full of potholes. Certainly, the raid on Combs' cell in October and the subsequent material that was accessed by investigators have given the Bad Boy founders a wedge to claim his rights to a fair trial and First Amendment protections were infringed upon. In a filing on November 15th, current U.S. Attorney Damian Williams revealed prosecutors had prison notes and recordings of the I'll Be Missing You singer's alleged relentless efforts to pay off potential witnesses, making non permitted outside calls, and trying to blackmail other potential witnesses while attempting to evade law enforcement monitoring. The defendant has, among other things, orchestrated social media campaigns that are, in his own words, aimed at tainting the jury pool, made efforts to publicly leak materials he views as helpful to his case, and contacted witnesses through third parties. according to the memo from Williams opposing Combs' third and latest bid to be released on bail, which is scheduled to be the subject of a third bond hearing on November 22nd. A heavily redacted record of an October 4th phone call between the imprisoned Combs and one of his adult sons has the clear inference that the defendant's goal is to blackmail victims and witnesses either into silence or providing testimony helpful to his defense, prosecutors wrote. The government did not previously disclose these recordings due to its ongoing investigation, but is doing so now given the recent escalation in the defendant's efforts to influence the jury pool in this criminal case, prosecutors added in a footnote. The feds also noted that the photograph materials had been vetted by a filter team before prosecutors looked at it, and it and items like an envelope with the term legal on it was untouched. Still doing their job, defense attorneys Mark Agnifilo and Garrig- Tony Garrigos. Now you know I can say that name. I'm sorry, baby. The lips are lifting today, okay? I'm sorry. Have charged that some of the materials seized are privileged lawyer-client communications, including the defendant's own written notes. They wrote in a memo on Monday to Judge Aaron Submarian. This search and seizure are in violation of Mr. Combs' Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth Amendment rights, the lawyers wrote in their successful bid for today's hearing in a filing in a filing earlier today. They wrote that prosecutors have provided them with 19 pages of materials documenting contents of Mr. Combs' storage locker at the MDC, and say the documents show the prosecution has already started using these privileged materials to its advantage, including its opposition to bail. Among the records turned over to the defense were photographs taken by an investigator of intact pages from two different legal pads, pages of an address book, a ripped out, folded over page of a third legal pad, a ripped out page of another legal pad, and a ripped out page of yet a different legal pad, today's defense later stated. They also wrote that the government has committed an egregious, willful, and harmful breach of the attorney-client privilege and has become privy to defendants and defense counsel's trial strategy, including areas of expert testimony, witness strategy, and other confidential matters. In its earlier filing, prosecutors asserted that the material was gone through by an independent filter team to screen out privileged information. Also at issue is whether the sweep was at federal prisons nationwide, as prosecutors previously claimed, or just at the Brooklyn facility holding Combs, which the feds admitted was the case in a November 18th document. Judge Subramanian, 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 this afternoon session said he will hold on to the contested documents himself and schedule hearings on whether prosecutors can ever use them or if, by having them, they violated Combs' rights to a fair trial. Ooh, that's a biggie. Wow, that's a biggie. Slavic argued that the documents not only contain no privileged information, but are instead notes about family birthdays and personal finances. The AUSA also noted that alongside what she said was detailed in the documents of efforts by Combs beyond the scope of attorney-client privacy to bribe or to find dirt on witnesses in the case. Additionally, Slavic told the court the papers are part of an ongoing grand jury inquiry into Combs that includes what the government alleges are his efforts to obstruct the investigation. Hold on. Defense attorney Agnifilo said in court that his client notes are the result of extensive conversations with his lawyers and were tucked inside a legal pad with the word legal handwritten on it. He said that the full jail sweep of the Brooklyn facility where Combs is in custody was likely a pretext targeting his client, not a search for all prisoners' contraband such as drugs or cell phones. Agnifilo also said that if the judge agrees with him, he could seek remedies ranging from forcing the government to replace all the prosecutors to throwing out the indictment. Hmm. That's the last bomb. Okay, that's the time. Wait a minute. That's last time bomb is for another day, as the judge said today. What? Wait a minute. That's last time bomb is for another day, as the judge said today. And remember, Tuesday hearing, Tuesday's hearing was in many ways a sideshow. After an explosive and very quickly settled rape and abuse suit from ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura last year, Combs is still facing a growing list of civil cases. Even with promising to put up a bail of 50 million, promising home detention and not talk to anyone but family and his lawyers. Combs, oh, shit, wait a minute. Combs has struck out twice already in his desire for a pretrial release in his criminal case. Whether his third court swing later this week proves any more successful with more restrictions as recently promised by the defense is any guess. In terms of today's hearing, late Monday night, Agnifilo and Garagos wrote to Judge Subramanian requesting that Combs not be brought into court in shackles because such shackling prejudices the potential jury pool, undermines his presumption of innocence, interferes with his ability to communicate with counsel, and offends the dignity and decorum of the proceedings. As prosecutors sought to defuse accusations that materials was incorrectly lifted from Combs' cell in the BOP raid, Judge Subramanian agreed with the defense request to have their client unshackled early this morning. This case is further complicated by the fact that Williams is planning to leave his post after President-elect Donald Trump announced a New York pick to run as a U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. Shut up! What? Wait a minute. No sense yet from incoming NDNY U.S. Attorney and ex uh, I guess Secretary Chair Jay Clayton if he plans to change anything about the office pursuit of Trump former party pal. On the other side of the country, Texas lawyer Tony Busby was taken to court on Monday in California by a celebrity and public figure who resides in Los Angeles, who alleges the Lone Star attorney is trying to shake him down with threats of being involved in Diddy's drug and abuse filled so-called freak-offs. What is going on? The filing in LA Superior Court by Michael T. LaFranc and Mary Henderson of the high-priced Quinn Emanuel firm for their famous client says Busby has shamelessly attempting to extort exuberant sums from him or else publicly file wildly false, horrific allegations against him. The Houston-based Busby, who has already filed nearly a dozen lawsuits for what he has said is over 120 clients claiming to be Combs victims, took to social media on November the 18th to slam what he characterized as a last-ditch attempt to stop me from revealing names in public lawsuits. We won't allow this powerful and their high-dollar lawyers to intimidate or silence sexual assault survivors, Busby added. On behalf of two clients who alleged sexual assault, we sent a standard demand letter to a New York lawyer that we know represents an alleged perpetrator and potential client, the attorney went on to say with a laughable swipe at the John Doe filing. The letters were sent seeking a confidential mediation in lieu of filing a lawsuit, Busby noted. No amount of money was included in the demand letters. No threats were made. The demand letters are sent no different than the ones routinely sent by lawyers across the country in all types of cases. Hold on, wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. We got a contribution in here by Tiffany. Hold on now. Let me go on back here and get it. Mo, did you hear? You hear me read that Damian Williams, the AUSA prosecuting Puffy is stepping down due to Trump's reelection or something? Didn't I just read that? Girl, let me read this here. Hold on. Hold on. Can we back it up? Can we back it up? Can we back it up? We got Tiffany on the record. How can we back it up? Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Y'all, dang. Facebook don't back up. Lord, somebody done put in there, go get a money order for your rent. Like, I'm not gonna do this with y'all. Hold on. I'm trying to go back. Why can't I go back? Why would you congratulate Trump's helper? He don't know you. Oh, he probably do. Wait a minute, Mo. I'm trying to figure out how do I start this from? Hold on. Trying to start this. Hold on. Shit, I make sure I don't open up my real. Hold on. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna see when she gets off. Then I see if I can run it back because I want this from the beginning. You got me messed up. If you think I'm fixing to. Hey Alma, how you doing? Alma, 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 Alma. She pretty. We gonna put Miss Tiffany all up in here. We gonna put Miss Tiffany on this what? On this timeline. And maybe by the time she gets finished doing whatever she's trying to do, Lord, I can add her on here. Because we follow it all over here, baby. Now, Mo wants to call her narcissistic, and she ain't even putting on the spectrum. I don't understand how this works. I say she ASPD. I understand what I'm saying, right? She has this thing about using these people's services, charging this and doing all this and taking these people's money, run these bills up and not paying for them. To me, that goes beyond narcissism. Come on now, Mo. And you know I'm doing good. Cause you know I go straight to crazy. Make me go and blow off the my baby. I probably should listen. My y'all probably done up. I think y'all done up. Y'all done got a new DSM since the last one I got. That thing so. Child, I open it. You can probably hear it opening. I can remember I used to always be calling the thing the DME, durable medical equipment. I remember all my codes and all my stuff I needed to know when I need to know them things. But I kept calling the thing. I said, "What my DME book?" I was like, "Fool, there ain't no DME book." Oh, I'm like, "Oh, my bad." I'm gonna watch it tonight. I can't. No, I can't be on here tomorrow. I can't be on the rest of this week because I got gotta get stuff together. Mo, you in here right now, and I'm trying to tell you, I'm snatching my hands like the black people in the ghetto. Okay, I'm up and snatching my hands back and doing my fingers. Okay, not fingers, fingers. I don't hear nothing about that report writing you doing. Your observations. I don't want to read no observations. I don't read enough of them. Now you keep on messing with me, she gonna be on Giordano and she gonna be crazy. Narcissistic. Yeah, that's normal people. Mm-mm. Don't tell me you got to have all of the characteristics to qualify for ASPD. No, you don't. She ain't got to be violent and all of that. But she did come in there dressed up like Nino Brown. Right. I want to knock these suckers out with that Jill. Don't have them just I don't know what to say or do. Put that Jill down in your life. Get you somewhere and sit down. Why she don't want to get a lady that let me get Dr. Rogers out here. I bet you she'll be diagnosed. But you know, Dr. Rogers was in favor of that old Sarah Quill too. She like to give people that old Sarah Quill. Recommend old Sarah Quill. I'm going straight to where you need to be. You decent Gia down, cause you crazy. Mm, mm, honey. Don't tell me. I know what I be talking about. Yeah, this ain't my lane, but you call it what it is. It's crazy up there. Uh, uh, with the people with the signs. I don't know why they was parading the signs around, parading that clip from the news about them signs like it was new news. Who is this? Hmm. Hello? Oh, Mo, wait a minute. Before you go to bed, honey, listen. I don't know if you was in here, but did you hear me play those two clips about? Because I know you a little sympathizer sometimes too. About the I played where this girl from Jacksonville was blaming all this gang action, all this crime and shit on poverty, and I played Sylvia saying the same, pretty much the same thing, right? And I think one time before you had mentioned you tried to, clump the two together, attach it together like a Lego. Um, and I'm here to tell you, baby, there's something else in my Prince voice. Y'all done got on my damn nerve with that. And listen, yeah, hey, did you hear y'all hear a boy on the phone talking about I was a thug? Cause here's the thing, right? You know, these good people, and know I like a little edge to a guy. I ain't want no damn thug. I don't do no shit like that. But, child, ugh, oh, girl, I almost said, boy, I ain't going into it. Child, that one there, well, more soups than a little bit. Soups to um sweats. Okay, there when you say direct correlation, there is a no, not all. There's nowhere near all the time that there's a direct correlation. Because first of all, because you're gonna have to explain, because the raw or the real data does not support that. No, ma'am. Because let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. One, of course, we know it's not an absolute. We already know that. So I'm not gonna even put that in my column as a win because that's duh. Okay. Two, when these people, when you're in a poverty situation, right? And that is one of um that is an issue that affects our social system, right? Our social structure. Okay. If crime, if the leading cause and to me that's always somebody lazy that's doing the study when they when it's all said and done, boom, poverty is the main um uh, cause of crime. No, you're gonna have to do a little deeper dive in your study because here's the thing, right? This is where those I'm getting so mad at this because I'm trying to tell you. Now listen, I've been on not on both sides of the study that says, hey, poverty is a cause, and poverty isn't. It's deeper than that. Okay, hold on. She done got a contribution here. Let me see. And this is an OG piece. So let me see. Okay. Let me put it up here so we can peel it on through. Because this is standard. This is the standard answer. It's the standard answer. Yep, from the people. So I'm gonna show you this is from the hey, right here from the people. And it reads: the study hypothesized that high rates of poverty, indicators for 1970, would positively correlate with high crime rates for the following decades in 65 standard metropolitan statistical areas with populations of at least 500,000 persons. The poverty-related variables examined were low educational achievement, high unemployment rates, female-headed households, and a high percentage of families below the low income level. Right there. See, I'm glad you pointed this out. Okay? I'm going to continue to read it. But I'm glad you pointed it out, and I'm glad it broke it out. Here we go. Low education and the percentage and the percent of female-headed families correlated positively with the violent crime rate, and unemployment rates positively correlated with property crime. Only the percent of families below the poverty level positively correlated with both violent crime and property crimes. There are no other social variables theoretically linked to crime that can plausibly explain the correlation consistency over time. The data indicate that socio-economic policies to increase employment, reduce poverty, and strengthen the family should reduce crime rate. That, in a nutshell, is a true statement, right? That's a true study. However, when you break it out, and this is what I'm talking about, you have people that is blaming everything, blaming the crime rate and on poverty. Now, that's because they don't address those things that's broken out. That's what we do. We go beyond this. And when you go beyond this, you get a different picture. It's consistent and in line overall with the statistics as a broad. But when you break it down, another picture begins to develop. Because these people, when they commit crime, they're not hitting people in the head, robbing them. Hold on, let me come around. They're not hitting people in the damn head, robbing them, and going to Winn-Dixie and buying some food and being done with it. That's not what they're doing. Understand, you have gangs. You have people come into court with lawyers. That's not an indication of poverty. What is a true statement is poverty is what brought those people there. That's a true statement. And that's what samples and models like that don't really address. That's why you have to go a little deeper. So poverty is why they all there. And yeah, okay, we don't have no shoes, we don't have no nice clothes. We can introduce the mental aspect in there. You got the mindset. You're watching those around you. You're getting teased. You're getting this, whatever. And you want to change your circumstance, or you want to improve it. Yeah. But you got people that's just killing people, gang related shit and whatever. That's not about no poverty. What up, Derry? Fewer economic opportunities, yes. All of that is true. But you got to go deeper. You got to go beyond that. So in all actuality, poverty is the reason why they're there. Because you have people that's in the same impoverished areas that don't do none of that. And as a matter of fact, it's more people in impoverished areas that's not committing crime than ones that are. Oh, we done brought her out. We done brought her out. She listen here. She done got her a cup of coffee, baby, and got her 20 more minutes.
I'm in here with the lights off, laying in this bed, and I was about to roll over. And now I'm going to lose out on my sleep tonight because of you. And I don't even like to get worked up at this hour of the night.
Come on, sympathizer. Come on.
You call it what you like, okay? Call it exactly what you like. I'ma just tell you what it is, okay? What you're also doing here is you are confounding topics. One, I want to go on a record to say I do believe that there's always a behavioral and a choice component to crime. Point blank, period. Nobody's taking that off of the table. That is a factor.
Okay.
I'm not taking choice off of the table at all, because we always, no matter what the situation is, we always have a choice to do right or wrong, right? We have that choice, assuming, except for people who might have some sort of extreme mental, outliers, right? The majority of people we talking about, the everyday person who's getting in trouble for something like that, you have the choice to do right or wrong, to struggle in one way or to struggle in another way. And you're choosing to struggle in another way. You are still responsible and you should still be accountable for your behavior. But at the same time, especially in your field of study, that's why we have pre-sentencing reports. This is why we bring in how someone was reared and what their life experiences are, because we know, and the research has told us, both in the field of law as well as in forensic psychology and just psychology in general, that those factors do have a big influence in how people reason. Here's the thing: if you're growing up in poverty, one of the big things that we do is we learn through social learning. You know that. So you learn as you're coming up, you're faced with different situations. You get to make a right or wrong choice, and then you get to or see other people do it, and then you emulate it. Well, if many of those choices were never presented to you until you were out in the street, because you weren't even presented with that opportunity to develop that skill, to understand what's on the other side of that, to see it through. So for instance, when it comes to money, so that's why I don't mean to, I'm not trying to generalize here, but a lot of people, celebrities, or especially like people, they get to the league, they get their first big check and they blow it, or they leave it still broke. Why? Because if I grew up in poverty and I never saw anyone managing that kind of money, the likelihood is that I'm not going to be able to make those choices in the same way as someone who grew up understanding how to manage money and what I'm saying, how to get your first car, your mortgage, and they already set up a trust fund and this, that, and the third. You never even got that ability to learn that socially. So you're already put at a deficit when you're out there in general. So yes, there's an accountability piece, but there's also a social learning piece that accompanies with the poverty, because you're not able to see it, and then you're surrounded by everybody else in all of these circumstances that don't give you the same playing field, if you will, as someone who did.
but you're giving more accountability to the choice than you are. There's also a, the nature versus nurture side of it. The nature side of it has to be given equal weight.
What did they the equal weight between what now?
Nature versus nurture. You got to give nature. Yes, nature is whether you're going to do, you know what I'm saying? Whether you're going to have, in this case, we're putting that nature is your choice. You just choosing to be a good person or a bad person, right or wrong, right? That's the nature side of it. But the nurture side of it is all this environmental stuff. Did you have someone who was in the home who was healthy, who could take care of you? Did you have, as opposed to somebody who did? Okay. Did you have a stable roof over your head? Did you have quality food to eat? Did you have a education system there to back you up? Did you have these experiences that would have set you up to possibly, if we got to go 50% in a feather, those having that that nurture around you to nurture in you those more positive traits, to nurture in you these experiences so that you can have more critical thinking skills and exposure and that sort of thing. To not have that, it puts you to where you got to lean a whole lot more on your nature side, and then you don't even have the experiences to help you to make a decision. On top of that, you have the environmental piece of it that's also just breeding anger. Think about it. So many people, they go to jail, they don't come out happier. They come out more angry because you put them in an environment that is breeding that. It's not breeding anything positive. So now you're getting exposed to additional trauma without any sort of treatment to help you get through that. You're just constantly living in a state of trauma, and then you're expecting people to come out of it and not have the effects of that trauma. At the very least, some form of PTSD or other sorts of mental health illnesses that we know are triggered by those sorts of experiences. Even just one of those experiences, one negative experience could lead to something like PTSD, depression, anxiety, so on and so forth. So somebody who's living through it constantly, you're going to be, you're talking about really severe, extreme forms of mental illnesses that are breeding, not being treated, and more often not even being identified because the behavior is just punished. And then we have this cycle going all over again. So I don't think it's fair to put more weight on the nature side without realizing that, one, the nature side in this case also points back out because of the mental health issues that happen there. So now that's being acted out into the community as well. And there's nothing on the other side of that to nurture you back to say, hey, there's actually ways to manage this.
Well, I have always said that the system is broken and the system does not do what it is meant to do. What it's supposed. None of the social systems. None of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
None of them. But what I am also saying is that there is no way to say that, this is just my opinion. Well, no, it's more than my opinion because I'm talking about it. If we done already did the study on this and we done went deeper. When we went deeper beyond what is written there, because that's what you get all the time. That's what the wheel comes out and boom, boom, boom. That's the graph and that's the presentation and that's it, right? We have gone beyond that to get right down to it. What is the actual cause? Because we're actually looking for a solution. Because that's what is a given. That's what they've been saying forever and a day.
That's what the research has been showing, not just what they're saying. That's what the research is showing consistently.
The research. That's what I mean.
The research is showing it. Okay.
I'm not talking about when I say, I'm talking about the research. When I say I'm talking about a professional opinion. I'm not talking about word of mouth.
Okay, I thought you were saying like just what the streets say. Okay.
I don't do people on the street. So that's what they've always published. That's what they've always put out. When we go deeper to find out why you're actually doing this, that, and third, whatever. Very few people say I had to find a way. I'm hungry. I had to do this and I had to do this, whatever. They got, I don't have nothing else to do. This is the answers we've got. We ain't have nothing else to do. I rides for my mans and them. Um, you know, man, school was, it wasn't nothing interesting with that interest in me in school. So I dropped out and say, hey, I can, I can make more money doing this than being on the job, or this, that, and the third. Every excuse. We got more excuses and more, answers straight from the heart, whatever. And very, very few had anything to do with, you know what? I got to pay my bills. I got to, we got a few. I had to take care of my child and stuff like that. That was more on from the girls, the ladies. I had to take care of my children. That. So when you go and you start getting down to the data, breaking it out from that general research conclusion that always comes back with that, it begins to paint a different picture. And I'm saying, people just killing people, gangs that, it's so many. I didn't know it was that many subsets of blood and subsets of gangs and all this different gangs, this, that, and the third, that just getting down with it. You got, and then when I tell you we breaks it down, we breaks it down. We goes all like that to the suburbs. We go looking at other places where there are pockets of gangs and violence and this, that, and the third, whatever, and to see what's the cause. And it starts to develop a different picture. And we found out that it's more true of what these people are saying. They got nothing to do. They see an easy lick. They was boarding school. We're uneducated. A lot of them, not only is there not anything that they're interested in doing, they don't know what it is they want to do.
Why? Why?
Because maybe because of the nurturing part.
We get back to that. Why?
Yeah.
Because your mom and your dad probably don't have, or whomever, your community does not have enough economic opportunity. They don't have enough places for you to go. We don't have enough funding in that area that's poverty stricken, which means there's less taxes, less economic opportunity, there's less people that want to invest anything positive into that community. So you literally don't have stuff to do. As opposed to when you're out in the suburbs, or if your family is fortunate enough and you got, after school, you already got soccer lined up on Monday and baseball lined up on Tuesday, and then you got to go to tutoring on Wednesday, and then Thursday you see what I'm saying? You're doing a whole lot. On Thursdays and Fridays we stay home at the family, and we might go on vacation for the weekend. On the week, you see what I'm saying? You're being exposed to a lot. You literally do have more things to do, or at the very least, and you and I, because I already know the type of woman that you are. You're similar to myself. One thing we're going to value is freedom in everything we do. I want the freedom of the choice. I want the freedom to choose. Now, here's the thing. I might not go down the street to the YMCA today, but to know that I have the freedom to pick up and do it when I need to, when I want to, when I do decide, or when I am too bored, is a very different situation. And there is a desperation and a sadness and even to go this far to say a creativity that is often sparked in boredom that can lead us to a lot of damn trouble.
Right. But here's
so again, it all points back to the poverty. Poverty has the if you look for a common denominator on all of that stuff, it comes back to, and that happens because of what? Poverty. Yeah, there's these other factors, but they all link back to what? The poverty of it. And then, of course, there's and again, the nature part is there. The accountability is still there, but there's a lot more circumstances that are going to make you lean into that in a poverty-stricken area versus a well-funded area in an area where the hierarchy of need is being met.
But linking to poverty and cause is two different things. Two different
Yeah,
things.
I said correlated, and we know that correlation does not mean equal causation. But there's always been a consistent correlation. So there's a factor that the fact that there's no more consistent correlator than poverty to any of those things. So at that point, you do need to acknowledge that this is a significant factor. It's a significant impact. It is significant. It makes that nurture part. You're putting it more on the human.
No. Hold on. This is what I said. This is what started this. I said we have sympathizers, normalizers, and whatever else words I can, excusers, and all those extra people when it comes to crime, and they're blaming it. They're saying poverty is the cause.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say the correlation and the link from it. I didn't say that. I say I know that's a factor. Anybody knows that. I know that's a factor. I'm saying cause.
But you're saying the cause is more on them. The cause is themselves.
The cause is more on the choice. Because here's the thing, right? If you wanted to be exposed to soccer, basketball, whatever at the school, let me tell you, if you chose not to go to the people's school, you can't, you ain't gonna be able to have those opportunities. Now, that's it. You got to figure that out between who's raising you.
Hey, DV. Hey, DV. I haven't seen you in a long time. How you doing, bro? I'm listening to you.
Yeah, you good. So that's what I'm saying. People, and the part that grinds my gears, I'm trying to, cut back on the motherfuckers. The part that grinds my gears is the fact that when you have people that normalize and excuse and sympathize and this whatever, it does a lot to those people that are actively working in those fields trying to find a solution. Because you start saying, hey, no, you know what? It's okay. We understand why you're killing people, you're joining gangs and you're killing people and whatever. And you got lawyers and all this and paid attorneys and stuff to come in and represent you. Yeah, that's okay. We got it. We understand that you grew up under the poverty, the poverty line. We got it. We got it.
I think there's a difference though, Angie. There's a difference between saying, yeah, it's okay, continue to do whatever, and saying it is unfortunate your circumstances were screwed up, and we will take that in consideration, and we will also continue to work to remedy the related cause in the way that we can.
It's not coming up as unfortunate, and we're gonna work as a cause. It's coming
I'm telling you, as
they
me
found not guilty because of poverty. That's not how it works.
Not that they should be found not guilty. I don't agree with being found not guilty, but I do think that we should not be Here's the thing. I don't agree with us punishing a person or a behavior without also punishing the circumstances that contributed to it. You are a person who consistently says that you don't believe in tricking nobody, manipulating nobody, or any sort of thing to get into crime, right? Now you're assuming that that's going to be from an exterior source, in being that it's a crooked police officer, whatever. We're saying pretty much embody poverty as if it is this crooked part of the system. It's just not in human form, Angie. It is still a contributor.
I understand it, and you put that perfect. You're exactly right. I don't believe in punishing somebody without punishing the circumstance. I 100% believe in that. That's why I be where I used to be active in trying to come up with solutions with regards to the problems that cause the circumstance. That's why I'm talking from what I know, what we had to deal with. years and years and years and years and years. And when you get, and we have found when you get people that say, well, because of that, and you look at the rap sheet, right? And it's longer than a CVS receipt, and it's over and over, and it's very things, and it's whatever. Listen, this one person who is who you want, and we're gonna give the title to him, that's affected by poverty. Guess what you're doing? By your actions, you are inflicting poverty on others, and not only poverty, because crime does have an economic barrier, economic fucking. I get so mad about this. Economic. Let me sit up. A whole economic downside.
There's an economic impact. Yeah, there's economic impact.
Downside to it. Yeah, economic impact. Then you have what it does to the victim, depending on what type of crime it is. Then it goes on and on and on, and it disrupts our whole social structure. The whole.
But Angie, you and I get that, but you're using it quite whether you acknowledge it or not. You're using advanced reasoning and advanced critical thinking skills that is of a person, with all due respect, that's coming from a place of privilege that we have, right? Because we don't have to sit around, and we can sit around and think about the bigger impact and how we interact, whatever. But when you're out there, you're only thinking about survival, and you're only thinking from that mindset. It's privilege to be able to sit back and point the finger and go, ah ha ha. Literally, there are people out here that are legitimately only thinking about survival. It's that rudimentary because of the poverty that surrounds them and the crime that surrounds them. Like, with all due respect, like a lot of those boys that are out there, or those people, male, female, whomever may be out there, out in Chicago, a lot of them, it is literally, if you listen to their stories, it is consistently, I'm trying to survive. That's it. They don't even have the time that we have, of course, when we can sit back and know that my food is on the table, I'm comfortable, I'm safe, I'm this. Yeah, that's when you get that free time and that free space in your mind as well as in your life to be able to reflect on that. They're not even being given, they don't have that time. Those moments and that reasoning is not in the equation. It is about the law of the jungle survival. So you're holding them to a standard that I feel when I say, if me as an apologist, I'm saying that is an inappropriate and an unfair standard, that it comes out of the privilege. When you have the privilege to apply it that way, they don't have that. So why are we holding them to that?
Okay.
Why can't we come back down? Why can't we come down to where they are, or either lift them up?
Okay. That's what I do. I am going down to figure it out, to find out what is the problem. I am connecting with them from experiences either shared with me, or I can share from my own, bag of experiences. But I'm also carrying with me those people, those groups. Now, I've never worked on high crimes, but when going out there finding solutions, I had to talk to survivors of high crimes. I had to talk to survivors. So I had to look into those people's faces.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting upset. Hold on. Whoa. That's it. You're making me a big old sissy. I get choked up on some things.
But this is when you care about people. You've seen it firsthand.
I don't care about nobody. I'm big, bad, and tough.
Okay, that's fine.
No, and you listen to, the destruction. Like,
Yeah.
one, dumb moment that somebody made a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go as far as saying, okay, I can tell when it's a mistake and all of that and whatever. But how, something shattered these people's lives. and then when you look at the rap sheet of these people, and it's over and over and over again. So we supposed to, oh, okay, because at this point when we say poverty is the cause, now we normalizing it, right? We supposed to, okay, I understand. Okay, so judge, tap them on the, get, recommend a program that they ain't gonna show up to, and I did like where Judge Whitaker, which she mandated, like some judges will mandate that some people get their GED and some people get a job and this, that, and the third, whatever. Put that in the order. I love those type of judges, because we do know that actions, another A, that, listen, that means that, hey, the next time you come down here, or if you do not comply with this order, you're going down there. So what you gonna value, your freedom, or you gonna just blow it off? And it's crazy. I mean, I've gone to court with my dad. He thinks it's a joke. It's crazy. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, and of course I'm always gonna sit up there and diagnose their mindsets and stuff like that, and be like, so when people just try to give all those excuses, and try to say, oh, where's it's the cause of it is poverty, and we got to understand, and it's a little more involved, because it leads on to the part that well, that's why they did it, and all this, and it's like, huh? And it's like, what are you talking about? I ain't hear none of them say, I did this, whatever, to improve my circumstances and whatever, then I'm done, this, whatever. Some people hit a lick or two and get on out the way. Some people, whatever. I'm talking about you killing people and this, that, and the third, whatever. What? I just don't,
And
I can
Angie,
understand the link to poverty. Because, go ahead.
again, if you look at it, like I get the reasoning, and then that's the way that we're definitely in American society, we're taught to reason it out that way. You pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Every decision you make is your own fault, and you can't blame it on anybody else or any other circumstances, no matter what. And then when it comes down to it, you're wrong, right? Like, you're right, you're wrong, and you always had a choice. And you always had a choice is absolutely a piece of it. But then there's these other parts that we have to watch when we are, again, you're holding everyone to the same identical set of, or the same identical basketball hoop, but we're not all the same height, and we all don't even have on the same shoes, and we all haven't even had access to the same gym. So you're going to see, you have to be able to, at some point, at least attempt to make sure you're always considering, how can we level this playing field out here before I can hold you to that same standard? I need to know that you actually had circumstances in front of you that you could have at least gotten there, that you were at least exposed to the same exact sort of stuff, or things that are equivalent, or even if the fact that also everyone doesn't need the same, you're applying the circumstances to a person. When I look at a person who's had pretty much everything normalized across the board, everything is, there are no environmental factors that we can pull from that we say, okay, that had a factor. If we say you're perfect, you had a perfect circumstance. Now I can take nurture off of the table, or I can give it a whole lot less weight, because that's not a part of how you got to this decision. Now I can put more back on the nature. But when you are holding someone who has a totally, like, almost nothing there in that nurture space, and you're still giving the same 50% weight there, just as heavily on them, if not heavier, and saying too bad, so sad, you should have just made a better choice, when survival is on the table. And just think about it. and I'm just going to use this as an example, and just go with me here. You have experienced a trauma in your life, right? At some point, right? I think back to a trauma that I had in my life. When you say something like, and just try to stay in that moment a little bit, and you say stuff like, well, you put them in a program they're not going to even want to go to, or whatever the case may be. When you were in that moment of trauma, that you're in the fight or flight, the full-on fear of that moment. If I come up to you and say, okay, come on over here right now and let's go to college, it's not that you don't know that college is a good idea, or that you hear that I'm saying that to you. In that moment, there is nothing that you feel aside from fear and survival. Even though what I'm pointing to you, I'm offering you a free college degree. In that moment of your actual trauma, even though that's a wonderful thing to offer, I can't accept it. I don't know how to accept it, or I don't have the autonomy to be able to accept it as such a good thing. So it's not necessary. You see what I'm saying? So like when you think of people living in that full time, constantly just living in constant immersion, we're just talking about how it feels if you think about in that very moment, whenever whatever was taking place, in that moment, if somebody would have offered you whatever the nicest, most beautiful exterior program or thing or achievement is, in that exact moment, it doesn't matter. In that exact moment, your brain can't even function enough to turn down for a little bit to go, okay, actually, let me actually see the brochures you got. Let me see if that program gonna work out for me. Not that you don't, your brain doesn't have that capacity because it's only wrapped up in the fear of that moment and survival, literally physical survival. So it's not, I'm just saying it's not fair to look at a person in those circumstances who are living in that way because of the poverty, because of the trauma, because of all of that that's going on, and that is their 24/7 environment. It's not fair to then come in and hold them to the same standard as a person who never had any of those disadvantages. And it's not fair to put more of that, to say you are the problem, instead of also saying you made a bad choice and you need to be accountable for that choice. But your circumstances, I can also acknowledge, were not fair. And they were not okay. And they need to be addressed just as aggressively.
Mo, you are assuming that we don't do that. I said we.
That's what you're saying when you describe it. When you describe it, though.
No. That's what you're hearing. That's what you're hearing. That's not what. No. Of course. When I tell you the final step, you're gonna know. Of course, we have to address it that way. We're addressing it each particular area. We're exactly what you're saying. You seem like you're reading from a study. Okay, that's much deeper. So we do, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what you're saying. What you're saying is the solution. Okay, and we found that these broad percentages that address different areas, what have you, they don't work because they haven't worked. They haven't aided in the solution of this problem. So we decided to address each and every situation individually. Okay, address it individually because there are several different factors as to what the actual outcome was. So by addressing each the background portion of it, the what went, all the whole thing. I mean, I can't go. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but every piece from A to, I mean, we start writing from birth. Okay, so we do address that. What I'm talking about now is the people that say, that make a broad general, as if it comes, as if these people should be somehow should find some type of more leniency or even be set free because of poverty. They saying the cause of it is poverty. And I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
there's a link, there's a direct correlation, of course. Of course. Because most people don't steal without the need to steal, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
of course I know that. I mean, I'm just saying. We get down to it. I'm talking about with the message people send when you say, okay, well, you normalize this behavior. It does a lot. It just it perpetuates. It keeps going and going and going because
Mm-hmm.
no one feels like and the defendant gets the message. Okay, oh well, this they saying okay, I'm all right. It's they understand why I'm doing the things I'm doing. And then when you get down to it, nothing about what they're doing is about improving their circumstance because people are looking at poverty as just one thing, and poverty addresses a lot of things. It means a lot of things. It connects to a whole bunch of categories, right? So it's much. It's I guess I like to be technical and methodical with things and I just don't like the broad, hey, let them out because of, because it's in poverty. Oh, sorry, whole little thing. And you look at the record. I mean, some of these people, 30 years old, and have records like just I mean, it just goes down to the floor over and over and over and over and over and over again. And when even at that, you have to put a lot of accountability on those things that were supposed to prevent that. The parenting, the system, all the different systems, so the whole social system. And you can throw that away. You can put that. You should flush that down the damn toilet if you ask me. You know, I mean, it's so trust and believe. I am not discounting anything she's saying. I'm only dealing with those who use, and so you have a lot of people that they just aren't accountable. They aren't responsible, and they definitely not aren't accountable. And that's one thing that pisses me off with black people, especially black men. No accountability. You can go look at child support. So we go look at everything, and we go do a deeper dive than what you see published right there in that box I got sitting up there. We go do a deeper dive. Like what? And it's I mean it's sickening. I should have no, let me touch. But it's sickening. It is sickening. And if you don't hold people accountable, you're never going to get any positive action. It's going to be the same thing over and over and over again. And you're going to bury your loved ones. And I mean, I'm just trying to tell you what's going to happen. Or your loved ones going to cause other people to be bury their loved ones. And I 100% love the fact that so many of these towns are now cracking down on these gangs and shit. Because you think it's bad enough, people as an individual pulling off crimes. Oh, when you get a partner in crime, oh yeah, you gonna knock it down. And then this is what I'm talking about. You got to go beyond these general, broad studies, whatever. Get down to the problem. You got to go to the problem. You got to go figure it out. How we get here? And I find that the best approach is an individual approach. Yes, ma'am.
I got kicked out real quick. I need to go. I'm about to go to bed anyway. We're just gonna have to. What you're saying? That's what I was about to say. We're not really disagreeing, but the way that you are phrasing some of your arguments, like here's the thing: what you are to me, what you're describing when you just talk about, like, let's just go ahead and accept the fact some people are just low down. Period. Yeah. It doesn't matter. There's some people, they could be living with $1 million and they still would be out here trying to do ridiculous stuff. Just constantly trying to do so. There's no real rhyme or reason to it. They're just low down. Like, if we accept that, I put those people in a very different category, and I feel like they should be held to account significantly. And I don't think anybody necessarily in the situation should not be still held accountable. I don't believe that your circumstances or even your condition 100% determines you still have that power of choice. I do. But when we start talking about a mitigating factor, we have to accept that is a mitigating factor and give it its proper weight. That's the only thing that I think about it. But you're assuming that you think a lot more people out here who are in gangs or whatever like that more of them are just low down. And I don't believe that. And I don't think that the statistics support it.
You said that the people that's just in gangs out here just low down?
I said some of them are. Just because they're in a gang, no, I don't believe you're low down.
Oh, okay, because I was in a gang, and we weren't out there giving out book bags, and we was going fucking with people.
Yeah, but you were not. You at your core though, were you low down?
No.
But, exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, I mean, and let me say this: not just bothering people. Whatever, if you bother us, we will respond. We were not there just picking on people. Let me correct that. But we could have done without the fighting.
The behavior is wrong. The people are not. So why are we punishing the people?
How you gonna punish the behavior?
No, I'm saying collectively.
Right. But
so you cannot punish. You can't keep punishing the people without also putting something in place to address what got them there and to confirm and to prevent it from happening. That's the whole concept of recidivism.
Right. Exactly.
You came in because there was a heavy contribution from your circumstances. That's how you got here. Then you got in this pressure cooker where the circumstances are the same or worse. So it just brews and it gets worse and worse. Then you come out and the circumstances are still there. And quite frankly, now they've even worsened because your ability to get a job is now taken off the table altogether. Before, the issue with getting a job was just that there were none for me to get. I can't get back and forth. I don't have the proper transportation, blah, 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 blah. That was the issue before. Now you come out and you literally can't. Even if you can get to it, it turns you down. So now your desperation level goes up even more already, but you're still in the same circumstance. So you can't keep just punishing over and over, beating the person over the head when every time they go out, come in, it doesn't matter. The circumstances are to put you in that pressure cooker situation. Why are they there constantly? And why are we letting it be there? Why are we cool with that? That's not a low down person. They might be doing low down stuff, because they're not thinking, they don't know of other ways, or either they thinking this the quickest way. That's inappropriate. That's wrong. That's why you hold them accountable. But at the same time, I cannot. Your means doesn't mean that you're low down. You know me. Me and my Woody. I'm going to go for Woody. Woody also does a lot. There's some stuff that Woody did that I think he should absolutely be held accountable for.
Yeah.
But I do not believe that the majority of Woody is just because he's a low down person.
Exactly. And you know I'm a Woody fan.
So why would I punish him like he is?
No, I do not. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Where is what I'm saying isn't that you think that I'm saying that, put them all down. That's not what I'm saying. That's why I said it's an individual thing. It's not. You can't attack this as a group. There's no way to attack it as a group because it hasn't worked thus far. And I'm saying you have to attack it individually. Those numbers, and when we get those types of reports, those are groupings. Okay, this is an individual thing because I'm telling you, when you get down to it, what we hear is much different than what's up on that board, and that is just. I mean, you get that. I mean, we can almost quote it word for word when we get the results back. That's why somebody clicked and said, or somebody's clicked and said, no, okay, if we getting this and we have programs or we are trying to address this different ways, through social services or through the system or whatever, and we still don't see any progress or very little, then it's something else. Okay, it's something else. And you get down to it and you keep working through it, right, until you come down to the actual culprit, right? And then when you find out it's really no well, you can say, and like I say, I 100% know that poverty is a direct link. We know that it's a direct correlation. But I'm talking to the people that say it's a cause, meaning it's a direct producer. Now, that's not always, and they give more to the cause than the link. That's the problem. And then when you give more to the cause than the link, then it doesn't match to me. Because when you start talking to the people, or when you find out, when you look at the rap sheets and the different crimes and things of that nature, whatever, you were like, how can it be so? It don't match. And I'm saying this, I'm just saying, at some point, nobody has time for you to sit there after crime number 25. Nobody has time for you to hope and pray that you get it right on crime number 26, because we don't know what crime number 26 is going to be. Now, I don't think it's fair for nobody to say, we're going to wait until you get it right, and that could be possibly till you take somebody else's life, but God knows, problem crime 1 through 25, you have inconvenienced, set other people back because of your own what? Because of your own way that, you had a lack of this and lack of that, whatever. I'm trying to say, when is that, when is that fair to others, to all? Because there's more than one person involved. Not just the defendant. And yes, we understand. I am all for second chances, third chances, and even fourth chances, depending on what it is. Just not with me. I'm just all for that. Hey, I'm all for the mitigation. But there's also another reason where there's also the I'm getting so goddamn frustrated. There's also another the other side of the coin. It's just not all about how that particular defendant, grew up, the state of which they're in, what they will graduate into, and all this, that, and the third. It's other people that's affected when a crime occurs. That's all I'm saying. And to say, yeah, we understand this is it to me, and based on certain studies, it does not improve the conditions. And so we understand, it just goes on. It's like, listen, I understand, but it's the last time I'm going to understand. Now, I suggest that you figure out, or we figure out something else, because this is the last understanding. Now, what we have found, when they get ultimatums, a lot of them change their tune. All of a sudden, they, when you come back in here, that's why when they put them on probation, that's as a deterrent, right? You put them on probation.
I say it's a trap, but yeah.
See what I'm talking about?
It is.
See her mindset? That's what I'm talking about. It's these mindsets.
Some people need it. See, but what you're assuming is that I'm not acknowledging that some people need it or that it can be beneficial.
That about me.
Well, I'm not, because what you're saying is actually two different things. Which, as I've heard you, this last statement, what you're calling for, I actually agree with, which is essentially an individualized case management approach to working with these people when they get in. Pretty much from what I'm hearing, you're saying crime one, crime two, or early on, if a whole lot's going on, especially if you're young or all these things, you're living under these circumstances. We should have an individualized approach where we assess each person's situation. We give them then whatever the supports or scaffolding we need to, so that once they do this little time or whatever it is that we decide is their punishment, that they actually are getting the necessary support that they need, so that in theory, they get what they need. They can then go off to the races and go down the right track. That is the picture made in heaven, right? You're advocating for that. I agree with that. But then on the back end of it.
Well, hold on. Actually, and this is no knock to social workers, but I don't know what happened to y'all jobs and what y'all duties are. I don't know what happened, but y'all jobs, the definition of a social worker, if that was we can catch it there, but I don't know what happened to y'all jobs. I really don't. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. In a perfect world, that to me, that's what social work should be. It doesn't matter what the situation is. They should be the people that you could go to. They pretty much give you, the same way you do for your body. You get an annual checkup. They give you a full workup. I feel like the social worker should be the person, whether it's from the hospital, the jailhouse, wherever it is, you're meeting them, that they should be able to get a full workup essentially of your life. And then there could be all of these different services that are more customizable. Most of the things we have now are one size fit all.
Yeah.
And not only are they one size fit all, but they're insufficient, they're poorly staffed, so on and so forth. And it doesn't take only one, it works in silos. So if you need food, you got the social worker over here, but they only deal with the food. And then you got to go over here and deal with the this. And you got to go over here and deal with the that. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. The system we have, that part of it, I agree with you 1000%. I cannot agree with you more. I also agree with people who are habitual offenders, if they were given that sort of circumstance, that if you're truly given that individualized approach that you're talking about, that dream world social work kind of approach, and you coming back in here 3 and 4 times after we've already given you multiple scaffolding and stuff like that, and you're still just set on making poor choices, absolutely. At some point we say, okay, well, we gave it a try. Now we're going to have to be more aggressive, because now, again, we level that playing field for you. And now you're still just doing what you want to do. You don't even have an excuse on the nurture side anymore. That's off the table. Now I'm going to hit you with some real sanction. Okay. I agree with that as well. What I don't agree with is the suggestion of that we don't have that social work system. While we still got this messed up system, this super flawed system, it still needs to be mitigated. We still got to give people that mitigation. Now, I'm not saying keep letting people, some people, again, why are you doing it 20, 30, 40 times? But also, if you're living in the same circumstance, I still got to look at that differently. Or if I'm looking at the resources that are offered to you and they're lousy, or you can't even get to them. I've lived in multiple towns in multiple cities where, oh yeah, well, they're giving you free, they'll train you down here to be a free truck driver or, you know, an electrician or whatever. And they're like, oh, okay, where is it? Well, it's downtown. No buses run down there. They only do the classes 12 o'clock in the day when you're at home with, you know what I'm saying? And how are you going to get over there? How am I supposed to get to the free training? You know, all of those sorts of factors. So until we get to the point where I feel like our services are better and the delivery actually makes more sense, that we should still just show a little bit more. I think I give those people, let me put it this way. It's not that I don't hold them accountable. It's that I give a little bit more weight in the mitigation factor towards their circumstances than I would somebody else, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying I would throw it out. Now, people who are just saying everybody who's lived in poverty, just let them run wild in the streets, that's not the answer. I don't agree with that.
Well, that's what people say.
No, well, then that's no. I don't want to live with that.
It's always
No, because
an excuse. What I'm saying is, it's not like either people are not completing their thoughts, or not giving a well-developed answer or something, because you know it got to be something beyond. You know, it's just about, you know, it's all because of the poverty. Okay, but we got that part. Can you give me something else? You know, you got to give me a suggestion as to what do we do. Are you placing any accountability, any responsibility on the defendant?
mm-hmm. No, I
And
think
that's
everybody,
the
you should
problem
always
I'm
have you always need to be accountable. Now, I don't think that you're away from that, you know, even quite frankly, even if you have mental health issues or whatever the case may be, that's not an excuse for poor behavior. That's still, you know, you still can't do that. So yeah, you still got to have as far as I'm concerned, that's the same reason why you know how I feel about R. Kelly. And then I'm going to definitely jump off here. It's 10 o'clock. Oh my gosh, this is miserable.
Oh Lord, she
So,
gonna baby, honey. She gonna
no, I hope that I still hope so. Tiffany should be off. I hope I can go to sleep listening to you hear her, but with her reading, because I think we need to. She has some mitigating factors. She needs to get already start writing down in her notebook with like Diddy notes, because they coming for her pretty soon. But and she definitely needs to say education, unable to read, and everything else. But you know, if you look at it, you know, I've always stood very firm that I believe that R. Kelly is responsible for the things that he was convicted of, and that he should be, you know, that the sentence that he got is appropriate. But you know, I've also said I have great empathy for what has happened to him, and that people should have been accountable, and it should be a mitigating factor. And I even encourage that if I were, you know, recommending or consulting with that law firm, I would be making a bigger argument about how big of his life circumstances were, and making a much bigger deal about the things that he reported in his pre-sentencing report that happened to him. That should have been used as more of a factor that's playing a bigger role, because I do feel that is a significant contributor to why he made some of the decisions that he made. So, but he still needs to be accountable.
But you don't think it was okay, because I think they kind of probably gave it more credence in Chicago, but being that he was facing 120 in New York and only got 30.
Yeah.
Only got 30. I mean, you don't think they considered his PSI, his pre-sentencing?
Yeah, I think it was an appropriate sentence. And I think that it was mitigated, because it could have been life.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Oh, okay. But and another thing, and another thing y'all do is for some reason it's the same people think that the prosecutors are doing something real dirty to the YSL, the poor YSL people or defendants that who accuse them of murder and all of that. Like, okay, and I briefly explained last night like they're doing some dirty underhanded stuff. Now what they're doing is they're trying to prosecute their case, and they do that within the confines of FRE, FRCP, and the local rules. And you got a judge up there that's not going to let them do anything other than, if anything, she knocked holes in a case, right? She kind of made it a little difficult for them to get away with everything they want to do. And when I say get away with, meaning the excess evidence, just being a full three, whore, it's just ridiculous, right? So, but in the same vein, you can't accuse the same, sympathizers accusing the prosecutors of doing some kind of underhanded stuff that's against the law, whatever. Now, I can go ahead and say that's because they don't understand the law. I'll go ahead and say it. Okay, I'll say that. But you got to understand, from where I sit, that aggravates me for people to accuse the prosecutors of doing some underhanded, tricky stuff or whatever, and you not understanding. So how is it underhanded and tricky, right? Well, what are they doing? That so, and then when you hear the answer to it, it's how how Miss Love act and how whatever. That ain't underhanded and tricky. That's just her personality. That we don't care for.
But
Like,
there's been but in that particular case, and I definitely got to jump off here. But in that YSL case, there have been things when I say something like on my side, when I say, oh yeah, the prosecution is corrupt or the prosecution is doing some underhanded tricky, there are things that have been noted even by both judges that oh no, this is an inappropriate. You know what I'm saying? Like when she sent them back, when they got in trouble for not providing evidence that they had been holding on to, and she sent them for a sanction to go and see a Brady evidence video. That was because she was saying she looked at what had taken place and she said, this is outrageous. The other week here, when she said, I'm trying to correct your sloppiness, she
yeah,
said that this is trash. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going off of just assuming where they just come and corrupt for everything. No,
right.
when another
But
professional is noting it, I'm gonna say it. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump off, but I'll be
right. I'm gonna
listening.
play Tiffany. I'm gonna play, but
All right. All right.
there is a well, I mean, there's a difference between unorganized and unprofessional and illegal. Okay, there's a difference, and there's a judge that's right there that is catching it. So, and I ain't taking up for 'em, okay, I'm just telling you what it is, because that's why you keep hearing all those numbers being thrown out up there, right? They are confined to those numbers, to those rules, and you have a judge that is making sure that they try to do the right thing, right? That's all I'm saying. Okay, not this one. Where's the other one? Hold on, I'm trying to get the one. So, okay, this damn fool. Yeah, okay, she's off him. But when I tell you this is a damn fool, oh, Tiffany, oh my God, what is wrong with her? I'm just saying those poor social workers, and there are social workers and all up and through the structure, the social structure. Those poor people job has been just diminished. They could be doing so much. And I believe and they're the ones that's supposed to know where the resources are and all of that. We could catch a lot of this shit and help a lot of people and whatever, just at that level. And hey, they and listen, I'm also the one. Okay, I'm just gonna let you know this, and this is where um I don't say I get in trouble, but I that's when the eyes turn and look at me, like I got a third no a third I'm sorry a third eye and shit, right? When I say, hey, oh, we got y'all blaming it on this person, that person, this department, that's job, and this, whatever. But what are you going to do? When are you going to fix the program within? When are you going to fix it from the origination? Or when you going to originate some stuff that works? You said we doing reform and rehabilitation, and you're not fixing the system that is supposed to reform and rehabilitate. And that's when I get, almost crickets. Okay? Because you can't tell the people that's supposed to be doing that they ain't doing it. And that's why I left it at, right? But mm, mm, woo, I get mad. Okay, let's play old Tiffany. This should be good.
Guys, come on in, come on in. Got some information that I would like to share with everyone. Come on in. I'm gonna give people the opportunity to get on. Got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes before I talk to you about what's going on. Come on in. And also, if you're watching, I have a lot of great things coming up. So you might want to go and subscribe to my new channel, which is Tiff Speaks. Tiff Speaks the Truth. And that's TIFF Speaks, SPEAKS. And then and this stands for my middle initial, THA, not E. THA, and then Truth. So you can go on there. Hey, I love you too. You go in there and you can subscribe because I am going to lay out a whole line of different events that did happen along the way. So people that think they know my story really understand my story with facts, not fiction, facts. So you might want to go on there and subscribe to the channel because that's where I will be laying it all out for you. Again, that's Tiff Speaks the Truth, THA, not E. And again, I like to be creative. So that's T for Tiffany, H for Henyard, and then A for Aisha. So it ain't an E, okay? And somebody can put it down in the comments so that you guys can follow. And tomorrow I have something I'm going to post. And then I got something major this week for you guys. So again, you're going to want to be here. You ain't going to want to hear about it. You're going to want to come see about it. So really, really pay attention. To all my youth that's out here watching, please, whatever you do, stay 10 toes down at any given time. Never let anybody rattle your cage. Keep going, push through, because this too shall pass. And remember, no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. He didn't say it wouldn't form, but it won't prosper. So just keep staying positive and lead with love. Don't worry about the hate. Don't worry about the naysayers. Keep going. Because at the end of the day, only you can fix it. You. So hopefully that's a little encouragement for somebody this evening. All right, we almost there, and I'm gonna start with what I have to say. But I do want to announce this. We are giving out turkeys, hams, and fresh food boxes this Saturday from 2 to 6 p.m. So if you have not signed up, you might want to go into thorntownship.com and sign up so you can get your very own turkey or ham and fresh food box. And you know how I do. Make sure I get y'all a cooked meal too. Even though when we in the kitchen, we eating and everything, but you have a cooked meal so that you can be okay for that evening, the night before Thanksgiving. Okay, come on in. We got 30 seconds, and then we will begin. Again, go to Tiff Speaks the Truth on YouTube. I have a channel that I started. It's TIFF and then Speaks, SPEAKS, the THA, Truth, TRUTH. So go on there, guys, and you can sign up, and you will get notifications of things that I have, things I'm speaking of, and you will be able to keep up with your super mayor. Because there's a lot of misinformation out there. It's a lot of disturbing information out there, but no truth to it. It's all fake. It's all fictional. And I just want to show you guys what it is. And I want to show you guys what it looked like to be strong and have strength throughout it all, throughout the controversy. Remember, this too shall pass, as I just stated before. Because it's going to always be somebody that don't like you, somebody got something to say, somebody that's negative, but it don't matter. Everybody got an opinion. But at the end of the day, what matters is your opinion and your mental. So you keep your mental together and you keep pushing, keep striving, and don't never, ever give up. No matter how hard it gets, don't give up. Because sometimes you can be right at the finish line and you will turn around, and you shouldn't allow nobody to put that in your heart, let alone your head, to give up. Especially on you. Never give up on you, because I believe in you. All right, here we go. Hold on, because I got a lot to say. Y'all know how I am. We're going to be on here for a minute, but I'll try not to be long-winded. I promise. So this is my statement for this evening that I'm going to post the letter, and then also give it to all the fake news stations, the outlets, that I don't think is going to post, let alone play my entire message. So I'm going to read it here in this form so that you will know the truth and you will know what's going on here at Thornton Township. It's been a long time since we had an actual meeting, because every time it's time to have a meeting, people either don't show up, people walk out, or people just cancel. And it's sad, because as an elected official or those that's trying to get in this game, make sure that's what you really want to do, because it does require your time. It requires commitment. It requires dedication. And with that being said, you must show up to your scheduled board meetings. I don't care if you agree or disagree, but you must show up to say yes or no, or vote present, but show up, because you were elected or appointed to do the will of the people. And that's to show up and be a vote for the people. That's it. Like I said, whether you want to vote yes or no is your choice, but show up. Don't be absent, because when you're absent, that means you have abandoned your job. And I mean that. We have all showed up despite our differences, despite how we felt, and we put it on record for our opinion of what we think should happen, or why we don't agree with the way things is going, and we vote no. That's all you have to do. This is how it goes. This is me. Tiffany A. Henyard, the people supervisor, and this is a message from your current supervisor. This is a statement regarding the November 19th, 2024 board meeting cancellation. Now, for those that don't understand, before I get into reading my statement, when a board meeting is canceled, remind you, you must show up to the meeting to make sure there is a quorum. If there is not a quorum present, then guess what? There cannot be any business conducted. Half the time when people don't show up, I still talk to the people, because I am a leader before anything, right? And a mom. Let me remind you, I am a mom. Hey, Justice. So when you show up, you call the roll as it relates to acknowledge who is there. And I don't want to say call the roll like we're calling them into order. It's no quorum. But I stated that tonight, myself, Supervisor Henyard, Trustee Darlene Gray Evers, Clerk Loretta Wells, and the attorney, Eric, was all present for this regularly scheduled board meeting that is on our books to have. So this is not a special meeting. This is a meeting that we should have done, could have done, would have done if people would have just showed up, but they chose not to. So it's putting your services in your community in jeopardy. So that's what I'm here tonight to speak to you about, because I don't like how the news is doing this smear campaign and just pointing fingers with no facts, no information, and just hearsay off what someone said. So I want you to get it from the horse's mouth. My mom, my dad, my grandma, my family always told me, if you want something, you get it from the horse's mouth. You don't get it from what somebody think or how they feel, because everybody has an opinion. But they're going to try to stray you to what they believe, and it may not be truthful. So always get it from that person. And y'all can share the video. You can let people know what's going on in Thornton Township. One thing about me, I'm going to stand in the fire for my residents because I love them, and there's nothing they can ever do about that. But I just want them to hear from me, because it's been a long time I've been quiet. I haven't said very much. I say things here and there, but now it's moving forward. And remember, I always said this: stop lying on me before I start telling the truth on you. And here we are. It is deeply disappointing that the trustees have decided to cancel the only scheduled meeting for November. This decision is troubling. This decision is troubling, as critical issues that directly impact our township's operations and services remain unresolved. And you do understand that means bills haven't gotten paid. For months, vital matters such as insurance coverage for transportation, workers' compensation, and liability have been stalled. Delaying action on these essentials jeopardize our township, our employees, and 190,000 residents who rely on our services. The trustees' claims of prioritizing transparency are simply not credible. Trustee Carmen Carlisle has criticized my appointment, yet she fails to acknowledge that she was appointed under identical circumstances. For those that don't know, Trustee Carlisle was appointed to her seat as trustee, and she currently now do not want you guys to do the same process, which is come before the board and get the appointment. This selective accountability is a clear example of political deflection. Additionally, taxpayers have paid and spent over $20,000 on consulting to develop an open budget, but after more than several months, no budget has been presented. Even more concerning, these consultants have been instructed not to share their findings with the township administration, undermining the transparency they claim to value. Trustee Carlisle has not attended a meeting in over 60 days. 60 days, guys. Pay attention to that. These are your elected officials that you elected to make sure they come and handle the business. And Trustee Gonzalez left the last meeting when it was time to vote on Thornton Township historic 100% homeowners tax refund. Property tax refund, guys. A program that will help millions, because all of you complain about property taxes. So you guys was going to get 100% tax refund from Thornton Township for each meeting they refused to show up. This program, the first of its kind in our township, is designed to provide a significant financial benefit to our homeowners with exemptions. Their continued absence has paralyzed Thornton Township operations, delaying critical payments and disrupting essential services. Additionally, the trustees approved an RFP process to select a firm for a forensic audit of credit card uses here at Thornton Township, focusing on expenditure involving Keith Freeman and Trustee Carmen Carlisle prior to her appointment. This critical initiative aims to ensure fiscal accountability and restore public trust. A highly qualified firm was selected through the transparent process, yet the trustee now refused to attend meetings to finalize the proposal. Blocking this initiative contradicts their claims of supporting transparency and accountability. Under my leadership, Thornton Township has made extraordinary financial progress. The 2024 independent financial audit confirms a $1 million surplus in the general fund and a $4.2 million surplus in the general assistance fund. I'm gonna repeat that again because y'all missed that. Under my leadership, Supervisor Tiffany A. Henyard, we have a $1 million surplus in the general fund and a $4.2 million surplus in the general assistance fund. An incredible turnaround from the $4.5 million deficit reported in 2022. With this surplus, the township is fully prepared to issue a $2.2 million homeowner tax refund to all eligible residents. Despite the program being financially sound and ready for implementation, the trustees' political maneuvers are blocking this initiative, which is both disappointing and unadjustable. We have to fix it, guys. As of this fiscal year, the general fund surplus has grown to $2.6 million, and the general assistance fund stands at $5.4 million. Thornton Township is a model of financial stability, operating with surpluses, expanding services, and servicing more residents than ever before while spending less. That's what they don't tell you. That's the key word, spending less, but you're getting more. Our residents deserve elected officials who are committed to fulfilling their responsibility, prioritizing progress, and working in the best interest of our community. I urge the trustees to stop delaying governance, attend board meeting, and cast their votes, whether it's for or against. Leadership requires action, not avoidance. Together, we can ensure that Thornton Township continues to grow, remain accountable, and deliver the stability our residents deserve. End quote. This is what I want to see for our community. We have to do better. We have to hold people accountable when they don't show up and show out and come to board meetings and make sure they cast their votes for what's right. And that's the people. It was several different items on the agenda this evening, and we showed up, meaning myself, the supervisor, the clerk, and also trustee Darlene Gray Evans. He was missing 2 more trustees, guys. Without the 2 trustees, we could not vote on any business for Thornton Township. This is the part that a lot of people are missing. Jerry Jones. He was a trustee here at Thornton Township. He resigned. And when he resigned, his seat became vacant, creating a vacancy of trustee. Tonight on the agenda, we was going to fill that vacancy. They chose not to show up due to the fact they didn't want to fill the vacancy. That's what it's all about. Not filling the vacancy and not paying the bills. They have gridlocked the township, and they have stopped us from moving forward as relates to certain things. Because as you know, people, I am the only one that's over the GA department. That's how I am able to still produce food boxes for you, give you different things as relates to general assistance. But I cannot just vote alone on general fund. The general fund, the board must say yay or nay on moving forward. So I want to point that out to what's going on. The appointment tonight would have helped balance our board, which we need. Currently now is either gridlock with 2-2 or people don't show up. So we cannot move our township forward. And that's what's going on right now. So I hope you're hearing me. I hope you see what's going on, and I hope you understand it, because a lot of times people don't understand what's going on or the why that's going on. We have over 190,000 residents in Thornton Township. We over 17 different communities, villages, and cities. And right now, people depend on services here at Thornton Township to get them through, whether you like it or not. That's what we do. The $2.2 million amount that we're giving away, we have, as I just read in the letter, we have the money. My thing is giving the money back to the people. That's what a lot of times most politicians forget about, the people. I've never forgotten about you guys. I've always placed you first, and I've always provided for you first. I've done several things like, man, neglect my own life as it relates to my family, my guy, just time. I've been giving you all my time just to stand in the fire to say, it's okay. We're going to get through it together. Because as I always say, we're going to go through it, but we got to grow through it, guys. And it takes sometimes that one leader to stand strong and keep going. And you got to have great people around you. Because sometimes you have a Judas. You have people in your camp that's just destroying everything from within. But when you wake up, when you find out, fix it. Do better. Put people around you that means you well and then want to see you grow. Because a lot of times people are afraid that you're going to leave the area. Y'all heard all the stories, whether it's rappers, football players, entertainers. A lot of times the people around them don't want them to leave or don't want them to grow because they're afraid that they're going to leave them behind because now they're going to another height. And sometimes you got to cut the umbilical cord because some people can't go where you're going. You're destined to move on. You're destined to be great, and you must be great. And sometimes it hurts because you're going to leave them people that have been rocking with you from day one. But it was God's choice to put them in your life to get you to this step. But now when you go to chapter 2, it's time for a new crew, unfortunately. But sometimes it hurts. But you got to be okay with being okay. And sometimes you got to stand alone in the next chapter. But when you do that, guys, I just want you to know that God got you. Keep God first in everything you do. We don't talk about God enough. I say that all the time. I lead with God. I keep myself prayed up. I tell you to do that. I tell people, yeah, you don't want everybody praying for you, but you guys send me prayers because I love people that love on people. I don't like the negativity. I can't stand a smear campaign when they can't beat you or can't control you. This is what they do. They create a smear campaign and they try to defame your name and your character. But my people, y'all know who I am. Y'all know what I do. I've been in my community for years. I've been in government for over a decade. And they're mad because they cannot and will not control me. That's what it's all about. And to the ladies that's in politics, I call it, you know what it is. They will not allow you to have a seat at their table. So guess what we do? Go build your own. Build your own table. And pray they get a seat at your table. How about that? But I just want to make sure that you understood what was going on here at Thornton Township because it's so much misinformation out in the public. So many misleading statements that people make with no facts. And so many people that the fake news they interview and just talk. And that's why I got no respect for them because they supposed to be a journalist. But they don't go and fact check nothing nobody say. They just put it out there. And that's why when I sue everybody, because I'm coming. No, I'm coming. For defaming my name, defaming my character, and this conspiracy to try to destroy Tiffany Henyard. I will come for everyone. Know that. This is facts. It's not fiction. But at the end of the day, while I'm going through this storm, I always say this, me today, you tomorrow. And in some of these communities, you're going through exactly what I'm going through, but you're suffering in silence. Now is the time for you to make a stand. Stand up, say something, do something. Don't let people bully you. I can't stand bullies. I hate bullies, just like I hate hate. But I don't like people that bully people that they cannot control. And that's why y'all see me fighting and standing in my truth and making sure I deliver my message on my own in my own timing. But I just want you to understand what happened tonight. Jerry Jones resigned from his position as trustee here at Thornton Township, creating a vacancy. The vacancy was on the agenda to be filled this evening. We were supposed to come together, come to a board meeting, and vote for someone to be the next trustee. The board chose not to show up, creating or leaving the vacancy still abandoned. I understand what everybody's doing. They're playing these silly games. But remember, guys, they're playing with your lives because ain't no business getting conducted. No business at all is getting taken care of. I always say, don't let your business handle you. You're supposed to handle your business. But it's the opposite way around for a lot of people. And it's sad because it shouldn't be that way. So we're going to try again. I'm going to call for a special meeting. Hopefully they show up. But never know. With this game here, people come and go. But I just want you to know that. Please go on to Tiff Speaks The Truth. It's my new YouTube channel. And it's THA, not THE. And that stands for my initials, for those that be inquiring. THA, Tiffany Aisha Henyard. And when y'all talk about being transparent, we have done nothing but be transparent throughout my tenure here at Thornton Township. Whatever you want to know, y'all can come and get it. Whatever you want to hear about it, y'all come see about it. We are here. We do Thornton Township, which is called Township Talk. We talk to the residents, and that's the problem with people. Y'all show up for mess, but y'all won't show up for the knowledge. As I always say, let me educate you. Y'all don't want that part, but you want to hear the mess and the gossip, the stuff that don't matter, when you should come and get the facts so you can check people and tell them, nah, your information wrong. And then you can say, bam, I got it right here. This is the truth. But y'all don't do that. And that saddens my heart because guess what? Our babies are looking up to this generation right now. And they really don't have anything to hold on to, no hope, because it's so much bickering and fighting and tearing each other apart. I say this all the time. We are Black. Black. We should not be tearing each other apart like this. We're supposed to band together. Yes, I have the seat. Yes, I know a lot of you guys are mad because it's not you and it's me. I understand. But the thing you're supposed to do is reach across the aisle and say, you know what? You got the seat. I want to help build with you, Tiffany. Y'all don't do that. Y'all too busy trying to destroy and conquer. There's no way that you are going to be able to dim my light thinking yours is going to shine. Not going to happen. So this is my olive branch once again. I do this all the time, but everybody still do what they want to do. Reach out. Let's build together the 17 communities, the Black and brown communities. We cry about what we don't have and what we need, and we all can come to the table and build together. We are so much better in numbers, strength. We are so much better if we just band together for once in our lives. Guess what? I am the 21st century. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks. I am. And as I always say, Martin Luther King had the dream, but guess what? I am the dream. And you can be too. But you got to want it. And you have to want to have unity amongst our communities and stop all the internal fighting because it's not getting us anywhere. People get upset when I talk about Republicans. They won. How you upset? Because we're saying I'm speaking facts. We lost because I'm Democrat, right? We lost, they won. Just like in any game, right? What do people do? When one team loses, one team wins. They reach across the aisle and say, congratulations, congratulations, good job, good job. You got to congratulate. But y'all too busy being haters. They won, we didn't. Now, how can we work together? The blue and the red. How can we work together and move our township forward, move our communities forward? How? Because everybody gonna have a difference of opinion, but don't mean that we can't work together. And that's what I want, especially in my next term. I want to show unity. I want to show that we fixed it. While y'all trying to tear it down, we were still rebuilding. While y'all was throwing bricks, I was collecting them and building a Fortune 500 company right here. That's me. That's Tiffany Henyard. Entrepreneur spirit. You got to try. None beats a failure but a try. but not tearing somebody down in the process, not being the bully in the process. You gotta want growth for your Black and brown communities. It cannot just be one-sided. Lately, y'all been hearing one-sided narratives. Y'all haven't heard my side. Y'all haven't even cared to hear my side. And to you bloggers and YouTubers and all you guys, I got one person that I reached out to. Well, they reached out to me, but whatever. That's cool. And I gave them the green light. And I'm going to talk to them because the news outlets don't ever show me in a good light. And I do so much good for or throughout our communities. And it hurts. It hurts because I know that I've put my blood, tears, and sweat in rebuilding Thornton Township throughout controversy. There's a lot of people that wouldn't even have last as they went through all the smoke, all the negativity. You know how many people say quit, that just negative, like stay away from me. I don't do negative vibes. No, I don't do that. Seeing love don't want no hate. We don't want to keep that over there because I teach love because I want our kids to see strength and see Black girl magic. That's what I want. And all y'all on here, you got a daughter, you got a mom, you have an auntie, you have a grandma, all women. So why would you tear down another? Just like how you want to treat any one of them that I just mentioned, is how you should treat me. Stop allowing people to come and attack your queen. To my men, stop. Because what you allow will continue. And that's what's going on. We all talk a good game, but y'all don't back it up. You're supposed to protect the house, protect the castle, not let people come and destroy it. Because you guys, meaning the men, you're supposed to be the protectors. Protectors, right? That's how I was taught. But yet, here we are. And it's been going on for too long. Too long. And you guys know that I can keep going on and on and on. So we talk about transparency and accountability, right? Transparency is we got surpluses. But the news ain't talking about that, right? We got surpluses in Thornton Township. Yes, right now today. The other thing we have that they don't talk about, we have youth that is on the move. We have people that have been creating progress throughout our 17 cities. But they don't talk about this. They don't say anything as relates to what's going on. And I just want to showcase that this evening. Because enough is enough. Food giveaway. Before I got here, y'all mainly gave out canned goods. Yes, canned goods. I changed all that because I come from that old school, that old soul, where you eat from the garden and you got your fresh produce, your fresh vegetables, your greens, beans, potatoes, onions, bell peppers, you name it, in the box. People are happy with the creativity that I've done here at Thornton Township, despite all the hate. I have a lot of love out here. And I thank y'all for loving on me and sending me emails and texts. And while I'm at the doors, just give me my flowers while I'm here. I appreciate that. Because people still need love. We human. I said this all the time. No matter what anybody say, Thornton Township's on the map, and so is Dalton. No matter what y'all say. No matter how little or small y'all think of Dalton. Yeah, we got 23,000 residents. But y'all know about Mayor Henyard from the village of Dalton. But the thing they don't tell you about Mayor Henyard from the village of Dalton is that I love my community because I grew there. Y'all keep flying there. You don't live in my town. Stop it. But you got something to say about my community. People will speak in this upcoming election. I will regain both seats by landslide. I stated this at the last meeting. 2025 will be mine once again. 2025, I will landslide everyone. So don't sleep. on a little engine that could, or the little engine that's doing right now. Because I'm chugga-lugga, toot. I'm coming through. I'm coming through, baby. I'm coming through. Because this too shall pass. But I just want you to know that I am on the ballot as number one, baby. One. Number one. Because God knew what he was doing. I was number one back then when I ran in 21. And now I'm number one in 25. Because I'm going to thrive in 2025. And I am number one on the ballot. And I am going to introduce my team. I have a women's ticket. Yay. Tanika Hughes for clerk. And then I have Jocelyn King for trustee. Vanessa Wesco for trustee. And Linda Terrell for trustee. That is my ticket for the village of Dalton. And we are all on the ballots. Yes. So stay tuned. Because victory is mine, said the Lord. Stay tuned. As it relates to this township, talk about the good we do. Because all this haterade, y'all need to stop. Stop drinking that haterade, for real. All the good we have done in this community, all the good that we're constantly doing while being roadblocked at every given intersection, y'all can't stop. Because I keep telling y'all, I'm an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur always found a way. We always find a way, make a way to give back to the people. That's what it's about. Forget how you feeling and your opinion. It's about the people first. The people first. Somebody on here talking to Trump. Yes, I would talk to Trump. I had no problem with that. I congratulated him. He won. He is your president. Like I said, no matter how y'all feel about it. Trump, if you're watching this live, call me. This is your super mayor. Tiffany Henyard, the people's mayor, people's supervisor. I would like to reach across the aisle to make sure that Thornton Township has a place in your cabinet. So I just want to throw that out there to let y'all know that I'm not afraid of what y'all afraid of. I'm not. I want us to grow, and I want it to mean something. And then when I get that call, I'll let y'all know. I'll let y'all know. Because that means that I will be able to still provide and give more resources to Thornton Township, which that's what I've always wanted to do. I am really much done. I'm not going to be long-winded like I was before, but I mainly want to talk to you guys about what has happened here at Thornton Township and what's going on. Okay, hold on one second, guys. Okay. One thing that I'm gonna hit on before I get off here: dogs, loose dogs. There's loose dogs in our village, guys. Still call 911. Go try to get it. No, don't let it attack you. Please call for help because the board passed the ordinance. This is the stuff y'all never hear about. Everybody bickering and fighting, y'all don't even know what they doing. They having little secret squirrel meetings and they doing all these things that y'all don't know about. And they passed the ordinance to have the fee be $100. And when people get attacked, and they have, it's several reports of people getting attacked by animals. When that has happened, guess what? It's $100. How can you repair someone's mental by saying it's $100 fee? You should not have a loose pit bull, a rock, I don't know, King Corso, other dogs that's running loose that I've called, residents called. Residents, if you live in our community and your dog keep getting out, your fine shouldn't be $100. Y'all got to do better because the minute they get a hold of someone's kid, someone's loved one, there's no more talking. You just destroyed their entire life. So this is why I keep telling you guys, pay attention, wake up. Don't drink the poison. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid. It's a lot going on. And unfortunately, you're getting one-sided stories. So I'm not going to make this live about Dalton this evening. I'll do that on another day. Because I go on and on about Dalton. Remember? Been on that board since 2013. I'm just talking about Thornton Township where we actually did great things and made a lot of progress when I came on board here. But we don't get our accolades from social media, from fake news, things like that. But these are things you can look up yourself, residents, and find out what we have done and what we've been doing here at Thornton Township and how we still have surpluses. They keep lying about all this other stuff that ain't true, but we have surpluses to prove it and back it up. And I want to give you the money. What the heck? I never seen that in my life. Me, and y'all know I hate the word politician, public servant. I want to give you your money back. Where they do that at? Any other time, I don't know no community that's giving you a property tax refund. I want to do that because that's my power here at Thornton Township under the GA department. I want to give you your property taxes back. And I can do that. $2.2 million. And of course you will want board members and people to agree with you. The only one that agrees with me is Trustee Darlene Gray Evans. She's the only one that agrees to give you your money back, give you your resources, because everyone's in need. Everyone's hurting. Everyone's complaining about their property taxes has increased and don't know how to read the property tax bill. When you read it, go down the list so you can see who raised your property taxes. So whether it's your village or your city that you live in, whether it's your park board, library board, and all your school boards, all these people make up your tax base. That's what people don't understand or don't know. They all pass a tax levy. And in the tax levy, they all raise it by 4.99%. All of them. Don't believe me? Go check it out. Including the trustees in the village of Dawson. They increased your property taxes. Don't believe me? FOIA it. Check it out. And you'll get an ordinance that'll tell you who all voted to raise your property taxes. But again, you guys are being hoodwinked with misleading information. And I've said this several times. And that's why I keep telling you, do your research before you judging people. People can say whatever to try to make it all bad, but y'all know what it is. Y'all know my heart at. Y'all know I love y'all, and ain't nothing y'all can do about it. Y'all know that because I show you. Love's an action word. I love you. I show it by doing what? Providing for the people, making a way for the people, giving hope when there was no hope. Because a lot of people lie to y'all about what they gonna do when they could have been doing it now. Pay attention to them fake politicians. I can't stand fake politicians. Oof, can't stand it. People that just give you all these fake promises and don't deliver on nothing. It's a lot of them out there. It's some of them running right now. You never saw them, never did any community outreach. They running right now, been on the board forever, ain't done nothing. But tell you they gonna do this and do that, stop it. But they're spending your money right now, though. They're spending all your money now. But they want to rerun for a seat. Make that make sense. And everything they do it for self. They're not doing it for the people. Everything I do, you see I do it for the people. And I show you guys, I back it up with proof. Proof. Because you are getting the things that you need. Left or right. All right. Now, I got last thing that somebody want me to talk about. I guess y'all put this here in this feed. The babies. Y'all know I love the kids. Anybody that know me, I am a parent for the kids, for your kids. Like, when you're not watching them, I am. When you're not teaching them, I am. And I love kids because they like a sponge. They pick up so much information. They are so smart and intelligent. But I just don't like it when, especially fake politicians, don't give them the tools they need to succeed or help them or build a better community. I said this, I think, on my last live. Why do we got to keep going in other communities to benefit off the things they built in their backyard? Why don't we build those same things in our own backyard and make them come and spend their money here? Why do we have to leave our community and spend our tax pay in dollars. That means wherever you work at in your check, you'll go all the way far away, name no cities, far away, spend all your money. And before you get back to your community where you actually live in, lay your head, you done spent your money at their gas station, at their concert venue, at the mall, at the restaurant. You spent your money 5 different ways. But the thing that hurts, you took your money out of your own community. If we had those same things, you would have spent it right here. And that's all I try to make you open your eyes and see, the vision for the Black and brown communities. We too can be perfect just like them. And I say this, nobody's perfect, but guess what? Y'all perfect for me. I love you with your flaws and all. Because at the end of the day, you got to live life. You're going to make mistakes, but I forgive you for your mistakes. That's the difference. There's more people that put you out there on the island by yourself saying, nope, can't come back. Stop that, y'all. Them y'all kids, they need love. And that's why I show them love. Because you can't keep pushing them away, think it's going to get better. And you don't want to show them, okay, you messed up, you're going to fix it, let's go. Just like in my community. People come back, they get out of prison, right? Give you an example. They get out of prison, they come back, and they live with grandma, auntie, and they might have an ankle monitoring bracelet on, right? Where do they supposed to go? I'll wait, y'all tell me. What do they supposed to do? But when they come knocking on a politician door, which a fake politician door, y'all don't want to give them no job. Y'all don't want to help them. What the heck? What am I missing? They did their time for their crime, right? So when they come back home, why are you still treating them like they're a criminal? Why? We got to do better and want better. And that leads me to why I said that my community would be a second chance community. Because there's a lot of people that live in my community that has come home and need help. But people turning their back. I don't like that. But only we can fix it. And I say this and say this and say that. Only we can fix it. But I need you people now. I need you residents. I need your help. I need your love and your commitment into rebuilding our community. We have to show them that they hit it all wrong this entire time. Get tongue twisted. They hit it wrong. So I'll leave you with this. Reach out, talk to somebody, help somebody. This is the season of giving. This is the season of loving on thy neighbor and making sure that they understand that they're not alone. So if you can help somebody, please, by all means, do so. I remember when I was a trustee, I used to just pay for people groceries if I'm in line. I just paid for it because I saw them struggling to get the change out their purse to cover the bill. It's the littlest things. And this is why I've always gave my last dollar to anybody. So when people talk about theft and dumbass shit like that, yeah, I cuss because it's stupid. You got to know the character of a person. That ain't what I do. I care about loving on people. I care about giving back. I care about you. I'm not going to jeopardize my freedom for nobody or nothing. I'm just not going to do it. And y'all should know that, especially those that saw me grow up in the village of Dalton. Because I've always been that firecracker. I've always been that go-getter. I've always been that person to say, hey, that's not right, and speak out. And as I tell y'all, my baby name is Justice. I named her Justice for a reason. I am going to always minister that justice. Always. And that's what I stand on. Truth, inclusion, love, growth, happiness, all the above. So thank y'all for listening this evening. I appreciate it to the fullest. I will post the letter so you guys can read it, share it, do what you want. I know y'all like chop stuff up, whatever. But the letter will be out. I will send this to the news this evening. Hopefully they'll play it. But again, thank y'all for coming on here and listening to me. I don't think I was long today. I hope it was about 30 minutes or so. Was it 30 minutes? I don't know. But if it wasn't, stay tuned because I got a lot of great things coming up. Go to, I already said it, Till Speaks, The Truth, and subscribe to my channel because this week going to be epic. You're going to want to actually be in a room for what I have to say because I've been quiet for way too long. And now is the time to start speaking my truth. And I can only do it within what, lawyers tell me I can do, can't do. You know how this game go. There's certain things they say, nah, not right now. And I say, I hear you, but the people need to hear from their leader. And y'all do. And I try my best to stay focused and stay on course to what my vision is for my township in Dalton. So love y'all. Share the video. You need me, reach out. And again, we do have a turkey ham giveaway, food box giveaway this Saturday from 2 to 6 p.m. Sign up, thorntownship.com, and sign up for that and sign up for the toy giveaway as well. We have a lot more things coming up, but you can always go in there and look it up. We have Big Bingo this Thursday, guys. Big Bingo is going to go down. That's always creative. There's a lot of people that show up to that. I just want people to know and see another side than the negativity, because the news can advertise this positivity, but they don't. You should ask yourself that. That should be the number one light bulb that go off in your mind. Why don't they show the good she do? Why don't they advertise the stuff that y'all can benefit from right now, like paying your light, your gas, your water, your mortgage, your rent, burial assistance, mental assistance? Why they don't show that to showcase what the township offers? Why? Because it's going to make me look good, or it'll make us look good. But these are resources that's in your own backyard, because a lot of people didn't even know this building existed. A lot of people didn't even know that it is a township to help you along the way. A lot of people didn't know that. So start asking the tough questions. Start paying attention. All right, I love you. Share the video. And again, stay tuned this week. I'm going to drop it on Tiff Speaks the Truth. That is my, what do you call it? New channel. So you can go there, and I'm going to start posting a lot of stuff there. I know we just kind of made it, so it's not a lot of things on that as of yet, but that's where I'm going to go this week and start my next live. And I'll post something here saying, hey, you guys go to Tiff Speaks the Truth, and I'm going to post back 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock. I'll try to do that. But I got to get somebody to manage that because I got too much going on, So with all that saying, thank you again for watching. Share the video. Let people know what's going on here in Thornton Township. Let them know that people are gridlocking our township, and they have a civil conspiracy against your super mayor, Tiffany Henyard. And it said, because when they can't beat you, what they say, supposed to join them. But I ain't joining none of y'all. But if they can't beat you, you're supposed to bow out gracefully. That's what you should do. Because I'm going to come through, like I said, landslide in 2025. I will thrive. And that's for the village of Dalton and for Thornton Township, where I will continue to be your supervisor at Thornton Township and your mayor of the village of Dalton. You get it? Super mayor. So thank you, and pay attention to my team. I will post it. All right, share the video. Love you.
You make me happy. This you can bear.
Hey, come on, y'all.
Right beside me.
Hey.
And I won't forget. I really love you. You should know. I want to make sure I'm right before I let go. Now we had a good time.
Hey, come on, y'all.
And we can say
Put your spot.
we hurt each other.
Do the one, two.
Boy, it's a shame.
Do the tight note.
I won't be foolish.
Come on, y'all. Y'all know the part. Come on, get up.
You know I thank God sunrise.
Don't let Candy come and plus whoever mix this, mix it. Hey.
You know there's nothing.
Come on, y'all. Come on.
Nothing I would not do. Before I let you go. Never let you go before I go.
Hey, come on, y'all. Hey. Come on, y'all.
I put up the culture. Who's with the ghost fellas? I brought the squad with me.
Hey.
Black on black banders. I say it's champagne. I did the damn thing. You did Diana. Singing and dancing all in the rain.
To the left.
I just wanna have a good time.
Turn around.
Turn around, deep inside. It's her that is to the right now. Ooh, funny how drop. Cross your legs, turn around and clap. Shuffle to the left, let's slide. Ooh, drop it down, low, to the floor. Bring it up, tap and roll. Step on, kick on something you step. Swag the right, serve the left, work the middle till they hurt a little.
Hey. Ah. Woo. Baby, she what? Let me tell you, fellas. Let me. Hey. I ain't gonna play this. Hold on, cut it off. Hey. Hey. What's higher than number one? Huh?
You know I used to beat that block. Now I
number one. What?
I hear you be the block, but I'm the like to keep the streets.
Hey.
Know this true, the type that like to keep them on the leash.
Hey.
I'm known to walk alone,
I might have
I'm
to play
alone
this.
for a reason.
Hey.
Sending me a drink ain't appeasing, believe me. Come harder, this won't be easy. Don't doubt yourself, trust me, you need me. This
That's
ain't
what
a
we tell them over
sugar
here.
chip or an ego. What you think they all mad at me for? You need a real woman in your life. Good, taking care of home and still fly. Good, and I'ma help you build up your account. Good, better yet a hood to believe me. When you're in the big meetings for the meals.
Y'all hear me quiet? I'm doing my Beyonce dance. Shit.
Let me upgrade you.
Hey. I'm putting in that Clive Christian.
Introduce you to some new things and
Hey. Hey. That's crazy as hell.
I can do for you what Martin did for the
People. Hey, that's verbal talk.
It's very seldom that you're blessed to find your equal. To play my part and let you take the lead role. Believe me, I'll follow. This could be easy.
Hey.
I'll be the help whenever you need me. I see your hustle. With my hustle, I can keep you. Focus on your focus, I can feed you. You need a real woman in your life.
Well, I might have to come out with red hair.
I can help you build up your account. Take me just to compliment the deal. Anything you promise with the bill. Let me upgrade you. Let me upgrade you. Flip the new page. Introduce you to some new things. Upgrade you. Let me upgrade you.
I be the D-boy who infiltrated all the corporate dudes. They call shots, I call audibles. Take up the jeweler bubbles, the rain sort of do. It's big ballin', baby, when I'm courting you. I'm talking spy bags and fly pads and rooms at the Bloomberg and rumors. You on the verge of a new merge, cause that rock on your fingers like a tumor. You can't fit your hand in your new purse. It's humorous to me, they watching and we just yachting Allen hopping off of your mafioso. Oh, baby, you ever seen satin? No, not the car, but everywhere we are. You sure to see stars. This is high level, not eye level. My bezel, courtesy of Audemars. I order yours tomorrow. Now look at the time I saved you. Mama, let me upgrade you.
Just when you think you had it all, big things come on, collecting cars. Picture your life elevated with me. You my project celebrity. I keep it in that little green light. It makes a diamond really shine. And you already is a star, but unless you flawless, then your dynasty ain't complete without a cheap upgrade you. Upgrade let me upgrade you. Flip the new page. Introduce you to some new things and upgrade you. Let me upgrade you. Automobile watch, dimples in your necktie, Hermes briefcase, Cartier top clips, silk line blazers, diamond cone facials, BBS cufflinks, 6-star pin tweets. Mama, let me upgrade you, grade you. Let me upgrade you, grade you. Let me upgrade you, grade you. Mama, let me upgrade you.
Okay, I'm done. Okay. Well, Tiffany's crazy. Yep. Yeah, buddy. She's crazy as hell. Let me upgrade you. Okay, so let's see. Y'all ready for Mr. Ronnie book? You want me to read from Ronnie book? Okay, I'm gonna read from Ronnie book. I've also received the complaint, Lord have mercy, from the Busby Law Firm. The one that's in the news today. Wait a minute. The defendants have also taken up representation against high-profile individuals who were targeted or set up by individuals seeking a payday. For example, defendants brought a suit against rappers Yellow Beats and Chris Brown after 4 men snuck backstage to provoke them into an altercation. Come on, wait a minute, I'm coming. Now I got to stop when I say Chris. Oh, this is the extortion. Oh, this is what was in the news today. Oh, good looking out. Oh, they. That's what Lavelle wife told him, honey. She said, let me upgrade your black ass. She was sick of him. Okay, so I thought that he actually has R. Kelly kind of saturated through his book. Hold on, let me see if I can do it this way. Let me do this. What page is that? 58. Upgrade ya. Oh, oh, upgrade ya. Oh, okay, it comes up like this. Okay. Okay. Um, okay. Now, this is from Ronnie Bowles' book. Um, I should have introduced the book correctly. Oh, I guess I'm good. So this is Challenging the Illuminati. Paid politicians versus messy musicians. Okay. You know, I like when you do the alliterations, right? You know, I like that. That's not real alliteration. Okay. Now, says supporting R. Kelly. Quote, we say you're going to have to support the people who are fighting for your liberation and support the people who are fighting for your oppression. Fred Hampton. The Surviving R. Kelly docuseries, which aired in January 2019, sparked widespread conversation and controversy regarding the allegations of sexual abuse against the R&B singer Robert Sylvester Kelly, better known as R. Kelly. The six-part documentary delves into Kelly's life, career, and the numerous accusations of sexual misconduct and abuse that have followed him for decades. At its core, Surviving R. Kelly is a harrowing portrayal of the alleged abuse suffered by numerous women and underage girls at the hands of R. Kelly. Through interviews with alleged survivors, their families, journalists, and music industry insiders, the series provides a platform for these women to share their stories, often for the first time publicly. Their accounts paint a disturbing picture of manipulation, control, and exploitation perpetrated by Kelly, who allegedly used his fame, power, and influence to prey on vulnerable young women. One of the most chilling aspects of the docuseries is the pattern of behavior that emerges from the testimonies of the survivors. Men describe being lured into Kelly's orbit with promises of fame and fortune, only to find themselves trapped in a cycle of abuse from which they felt they could not escape. The allegations range from sexual coercion and physical abuse to psychological manipulation and imprisonment, with some survivors recounting instances of being denied food, water, and contact with the outside world. Surviving R. Kelly also sheds light on the complicity of those in Kelly's inner circle, as well as the broader music industry and society at large. Former collaborators, managers, and employees of Kelly's are interviewed, revealing the extent to which his behavior was known and tolerated by those around him. Wait a minute, now ain't he for R. Kelly? What kind of? Wait a minute now. I hope this ain't no bait and switch shit. Y'all excuse my language. I'm sorry, Lavelle. Listen. I made a promise to you, but you ain't hear me make a promise to you. I was gonna work on it. Okay, the series raises important questions about accountability, particularly in the industry where powerful men have often been shielded from consequences for their actions. Surviving R. Kelly served as a powerful indictment of the culture of celebrity worship and the ways in which it can enable and perpetuate abuse. Despite the numerous allegations against him, Kelly continued to enjoy commercial success and adoration from fans for many years. The docuseries forces viewers to confront uncomfortable truths about the ways in which we often turn a blind eye to abuse when it's perpetrated by those we admire. In the wake of surviving R. Kelly, there has been a renewed focus on holding R. Kelly accountable for his actions. In February 2019, he was indicted on 10 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse involving four victims, three of whom were underage at the time of the alleged incidents. He has since faced additional charges, including racketeering and sex trafficking. In September 2021, he was found guilty on all counts in his federal trial. Beyond the legal ramifications, surviving R. Kelly has sparked broader conversations about consent, power dynamics, and the need for systemic change to prevent abuse and protect survivors. It has also inspired a greater willingness to believe and support survivors of sexual violence and to hold abusers accountable for their actions, regardless of their status of fame. Underage girls on sale. Sex trafficking of children is a harrowing reality that plagues societies worldwide, violating the innocence and rights of the most vulnerable members of our communities. Let's shed some light on this abhorrent practice, examining its causes, consequences, and political situations. Firstly, it's essential to understand the factors that contribute to the prevalence of child sex trafficking: poverty, lack of education, familial dysfunction. Oh, 84, Kelly. And social marginalizations are often cited as root causes. Children from impoverished backgrounds are particularly susceptible. Now you know I know this word. I hope I ain't got that motherfucking thing. Susceptible. Okay. As traffickers prey on their desperation and lack of resources. Additionally, societal attitudes that objectify and commodify children exacerbate the problem, perpetrating a culture where exploitation is normalized. He did not write this. That he don't know this in here, cause this don't make no sense. He ain't write this. So before y'all go and fuck him up, cause I know that's where your head is at. All y'all getting it together now. Hold on, troopers. Hold on, troopers. Cause he ain't write this. He don't know what's in this book. What is going on? I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Wait a minute. Where we at now? The consequences of child sex trafficking are devastating and long lasting. Victims endure physical and psychological trauma, including sexual abuse, violence, and coercion. Many suffer from post traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, depression, and other mental health issues, impairing their ability to lead normal lives. Furthermore, the stigma associated with being a trafficking survivor often leads to social ostracization. He ain't right this down. Wait a minute. Ostracization, ostracization, hindering their reintegration into society. Get him. Let me get him on the phone, cause I'm gonna ask him what these words mean and see if he knows it. He ain't write this. Boy, y'all Chicago niggas got more tricks than anybody I know. I ain't no match for some of y'all. I'm trying to tell you right now. I'm not no match for the. God damn. It's the flip flop on me. Just be flip flopping. It is not a moral imperative, but a collective responsibility to protect the most vulnerable members of our society and ensure their rights to a childhood free from exploitation. Ronnie Bowles' decision to support R. Kelly. Any support for R. Kelly's actions are controversial and may be seen as morally questionable by many. But Ronnie Bowles' decision to support R. Kelly could stem from a variety of rational reasons. Okay, so we this is coming. This is it does appear in this part that is written from another point of view. Okay, so hold on, y'all, for y'all get them. Reasons such as belief in his innocence, admiration for his talent, loyalty, separating arm from the artist, defiance against his culture being canceled, cultural or community solidarity, and to challenge an Illuminati controlled narrative. Such contentious reasoning could stem from a belief in due process or a skepticism about the evidence presented. R. Kelly's musical career. Wait a minute. Evidence presented. Okay. R. Kelly's musical career has been marked by significant success, and Ronnie Bowe may feel that his achievements and contributions to music outweigh his alleged wrongdoings. I'm sorry, y'all. You know I can't see in little periods and shit. I can't see that. Wow. Okay, Ronnie Bowe happens to be connected to R. Kelly through shared history, leading to a desire to support him during his legal and personal battles. Some people argue rumors and allegations should not impact their perspectives of a person's true character. Ronnie Bowe may support R. Kelly while distancing himself from the allegations or alleged crimes. Oh, maybe you did know what's in this motherfucking book. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I ain't listen. I ain't telling y'all to stand down just yet. There might be some trickery in here. In a world increasingly wary of the cancellation of their culture, Ronnie Bowe might see his support of R. Kelly as a stance against what he perceives as unfair treatment of public figures. There are many other individuals within certain communities who feel that R. Kelly is being unfairly targeted and wishes to support him in light of broader cultural and racial issues. It is important to emphasize that supporting R. Kelly is a risk to ruining one's reputation, as he has been convicted on charges of sexual abuse and human trafficking. Critics of those who support R. Kelly argues that it undermines the voices and experiences of his victims. But Ronnie Bowe encourages the public to think with their own thoughts instead of allowing the media to plant their controlled narratives into our minds because, as Malcolm X said, the media has the power to make the innocent look guilty and make the guilty look innocent. The once renowned R. Kelly. R. Kelly is a figure of immense cultural influence in the music industry who has left an indelible mark on contemporary music. His success spanning decades Travers, Ever- what? Travis's, Travis's various genres, including R&B, hip hop, and pop. Now he ain't write this, but I'm struggling. Kelly's impact extends beyond mere chart-topping hits. It permeates the societal perceptions of music, artistry, and even personal relationships. And let me take that back because he could have written this, right? Because he said he write books. And study shows that people who read and write books, their language, their vocabulary and their language is usually through the roof. Okay? Depending on who it is. So let me take that back. Let me take that all the way back. Let's say he is the epitome of how the legacy of talented black men in America is always tainted by allegations of murder, drug trafficking, or sex abuse, prompting a complex conversation about separating art from the artist. One cannot discuss R. Kelly's cultural influence without acknowledging his musical prowess. From his breakout album 12 Play to hits like I Believe I Can Fly, R. Kelly has consistently delivered chart-topping singles and critically acclaimed albums. His ability to blend smooth R&B melodies with catchy hooks and innovative production techniques earned him legions of fans worldwide. Beyond his musical talent, Kelly's influence extends to the broader cultural landscape. He has been credited with shaping contemporary R&B and hip hop and influencing a generation of artists who have emulated, his style and sound. His collaborations with artists across genres have further solidified his status as a cultural icon. The juxtaposition of Kelly's musical genius and personal controversies raises important questions about the relationship between art and morality. Can we separate the artist from their work? Should we continue to celebrate an artist's contributions to culture, despite their problematic behavior? These questions have no easy answers. While some argue that Kelly's music should be appreciated independently of his personal actions, others contend that supporting his art is tantamount to condoning his alleged crimes. The debate underscores the complexities of navigating the intersection of art, ethics, and celebrity. Ultimately, the debate surrounding R. Kelly serves as a sobering reminder of the complexities inherent in idolizing flawed individuals and their contributions to society. Jay Z and R. Kelly beef. If R. Kelly ends up dying, whether brutally or mysteriously, Ronnie Bo would be held accountable by Bruce Kelly and other relatives and associates of R. Kelly because they believe that Ronnie Bo has put R. Kelly's life in jeopardy by speaking publicly about his beef with Jay Z. Huh? What? Y'all been fucking with that man? Probably have. Probably have. Bruce Kelly asserted publicly that Ronnie Bo had promised him that he would fall back from publicizing R. Kelly's beef with Jay Z. I can't see that period. I'm sorry, y'all. With Jay Z, period. So we won't reiterate anything about the beef that has not already been revealed. And then they got a Vlad TV. R. Kelly ex-cellmate says the R&B icon believed Jay-Z wanted to have and to be continued. Nevertheless, Ronnie Bo has unintentionally made R. Kelly's beef with Jay-Z his own beef. What? Conspiracy theorists from every coast have drawn large speculations to the controversy that Jay-Z hired hitmen to kill Ronnie Bo. Not to mention, huh? I know conspiracy theories. You said that. Ain't nobody know you. Not to mention, Ronnie Bo has indicated to the culture that Jay-Z is a rat. So at this point, R. Kelly is not responsible for anything the alleged feuds that Ronnie Bo and Jay-Z may have going on. Furthermore, excuse me, for the record, R. Kelly and Ronnie Bo have seemingly fallen out with each other because R. Kelly is upset with Ronnie Bo for revealing personal conversations to the public that they had amongst each other in prison. Shut up. Now listen, baby, let me tell you something. Now, remember I kept on following all these goddamn interviews, right? And you seen time after time, he acted like him and R. Kelly was, he just said in one of them interviews that I just played that he and R. Kelly, have been in contact with each other. Now, I don't know if that was before this book or after. I don't know if they've made up since the writing of this book, right? I don't know. But this is crazy. Y'all are crazy. I'm telling you. I'm done. I don't want to come back down here no more. This is I got other stuff to do. This is crazy to me. And Ronnie Bo is upset with R. Kelly for making the injustices of his case strictly about himself instead of using the injustices of his case to shine light on how hundreds of thousands of other black men in America are wrongfully incarcerated. Not to mention 2,100,000 viewers of Surviving R. Kelly had written R. Kelly off as guilty. And since then, Ronnie Bo has already convinced over 25% of them that R. Kelly may be innocent without a well-deserved thanks. Check this out. I don't know how this happens to me. I put in my title, is Ronnie Bo the new face of the R. Kelly movement? That was well before I got the book. He just sent me the book. Oh, let me come around there. Let me see who's still. Oh, I ain't scared to show their face up in the place. What the hell is going on? Come on now. This is crazy. What is going on? What is going on, people? I'm confused. I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. Anybody who wants the book, let me know and I will email it to you. He has some other places in which he referenced R. Kelly in the book. But I would have to keyword and find and just, this is crazy. This is crazy. Is he friend or foe? That is the new leader of the R. Kelly movement. Y'all better fall in line. About face. 10 foot 1 2. Which way you go when they say left face? Does anybody know? Anybody but anybody who's in the service. I don't need y'all to answer. Anybody know which way you go when it's left face? Right face? Walk. Like, what is this about? I'm so confused. Yeah, man, I don't know what kind of friends and family members and support staff y'all are to R. Kelly, but y'all suck the big ego. You heard my see, baby, I'd be rather die with my men, friends, and family and families. We kicked the door in, huh? Literally. That's another story. Now, Anita, you heard Keisha confirm Anita got killed by kicking that door in because she let the jobs get her confused. She forgot that she really don't supposed to be kicking nobody door in, but she kicked that ex boyfriend door in, and he put her in the ground. Mm-hmm. I just don't know DB, what's wrong with your people? I'm talking about your Chicagoans and your R. Kelly support staff. Let me get this circle off this thing because it's messing up. I don't know if I don't know how to get rid of this because I want to go to because Kayla Bumpers, I think she explains what in the heck happened. Why was she a topic of discussion in court? Mm, 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 mm. Hold on. Okay, Kayla, let me go to the bumpers. Don't always keep it professional between the professional. Okay, I don't know if Kayla addresses what happened. Oh, honey. Girl, go ahead on Kayla. Kayla got her a makeup person with doing her makeup. I know that's right, because I don't know how to do that stuff either. I'm trying to see y'all. Once my everything stop doing what it do. I mean, when I tell you my face, y'all see that my face is literally something in my mouth. Oh, my nose swell, makes my mouth look small. Hold on, I'm trying to pull up Kayla. I don't know if she gets into it because this a 30-minute live, so maybe she gets into it. Of course, I cannot play her content. I'll tell you what it is. Let's see, Diddy. That's why I can't be fooling around with foolishness all the time. You know what I'm saying? When you going back to Puerto Rico, if you ain't gonna fight, you ain't gonna stand for your mans. You got to figure out what is going on. What is this? Is this Rendezvous? Is he's friend or foe? Y'all suck, man. Y'all suck. Y'all suck. Let me see if I can. No, I have to have my background. Hold on. That's ugly. That's ugly. Who is this? What are we doing? What's that? Somebody gotta give me some help. Oh no, that pink. That pink is definitely a no. I don't like pink. Not pink, but pink. Like pink. Too sissified. What you mean you ain't trying to get shot? You in the get shot drill murder capital of the world. Everybody dies in Chicago. Oh Lord, they trying to put us up there with Yeah, that's when they was up there be talking about all of that Diddy stuff. Well, I hope I ain't getting a touch of that motherfucking Alzheimer's. Now that Diddy stuff or what have you. And she and Jaguar talking about Duval. No, what? What? I wouldn't know nothing about it. But see, I don't want to, I think y'all understand very well. If y'all didn't know, you now you know about this status shit, right? I'm fucking certain kind of people. Shit. Sometimes I venture off. I don't stray far. They don't, have to be have some other kind of. You might not have hometown status, right? Okay, hometown status. But just like Adrian, right? He has status from He got status from his hometown. He didn't have status here. We don't know him. But usually, it'd be if you ain't got it here, you got it from somewhere, some other kind of qualified. Yeah, the shit goes on and 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 on, right? And I'm telling y'all who carry that status, don't be messing up your status. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the river and the lakes that you're used to. And while you're saying it, you can do the bankhead bounce like they do in a video. Okay? Don't mess up your stuff now. Happy hoeing. That's so funny though. Damn well I'm against hoeing all the way. But yeah, don't mess up your status now. Mm. But I knew he would pick up on the other phone. I was like, okay, I'm calling him phone. He did exactly what I told him not to do. Do not erase this number. Keep both of these numbers. Ain't do that. Okay, let me play. Let me see what Attorney Bumpers had to say.
I'm old, so I never. Mom. Okay, y'all, we live. I got Miss Jefferson. We waiting on. Hold on, we got Mel. Where she at? Mel, where you at, girl?
Oh, I just sent it to her. There she go.
Okay, y'all.
So everybody's on here.
No, we not finna really go. I'm getting my makeup done because guess what, Mel and Miss Jefferson?
What?
I'm unbothered.
Wait a minute.
I'm getting my makeup done because I'm going outside tonight.
Oh, hold up. Thank you. Thank you, Need Love.
Yeah, we got almost 500. How many people y'all got on y'all? Cause I'm almost out.
I don't even know. One of my moms tell me.
Oh, I'm going up.
I ain't never clicked the live so fast. Keep clicking. And why you clicking that up so
I'm at 800. And we ain't even been on 2 minutes. Super chat.
No slime left behind. Y'all crazy.
No slime left behind. All right.
Okay, y'all.
So before I go, y'all go ahead and go.
Well,
who want to go first?
We already kind of been chit chatting. We were going to play actually what happened in court today, and
go ahead, play it, man. I'll put it up. Play it.
Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on.
I just want people to find something safe to do.
Okay. Oh, look. Hold on. Okay. Let me share my screen.
It's a strip.
I don't got no dick.
I said I do strip.
Oh, okay. Don't
go to somebody for your individual.
Okay.
Focus on what you're doing.
Y'all don't embarrass me on live.
Oh, hold on, Kayla. Let me because I forgot I switched off for a minute. It looks good.
Come on.
Okay, here we go. And it's Linda. Here we go.
Seems like lawyers have more fun.
The same song.
Yeah.
Woo! Mute yourself.
How I make this stop calling me? Do not disturb. Here we go. Okay. Okay, y'all ready?
Okay, look, you gotta let me show the screen. Kayla,
Yes.
you gotta give me control of the screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
But Ms. Hilton says she'll already left 9:59. So I think we need to fill it off where we are. But we'll just get her back in.
Y'all, this is my first time seeing this. Ooh, my friend makeup artist said she can't hear.
Yeah, I have a motion to strike the testimony of Investigator Viverito as well as any evidence that came under her. And the reason I make this motion, Your Honor, is yesterday it came up that she had not been, that she had been following the case. The court asked me to not pursue that. I'm not.
Come up that she had been following the case. It came up that she knew that somebody had mentioned her on Twitter.
Okay, and your opinion would have been different if she was following the case? Because
No, if you know that she was following the case, that doesn't exclude her as a witness. You can let the jury know that.
Okay, because
You can ask for that.
I can ask her about her following the case?
Sure, and we'll see what she says.
Okay.
And if that's so, then it still doesn't exclude her testimony. It just lets the jury know, well, she may know some of this other stuff from listening to some other witness.
Okay, because what I would like to get into, and we may as well bring it up now before the jury is here, is that she got into an altercation out in the hallway with Kayla Bumpus.
Why is that relevant to the guilt or innocence?
I'm about to go there, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just let me finish a second. She got into it because she was watching Kayla Bumpus's YouTube feed about this case, and Kayla Bumpus apparently called her.
Okay, you may get into whether she has been tracking this case.
Mm-hmm.
You may not get into whether she got into a dispute with somebody about their post.
It gets into her bias against these defendants, Your Honor. It goes directly to it.
What are you proposing to ask?
I'm proposing to ask if she told Kayla Bumpus in the hallway.
This is my last time calling you a hoe. Oh.
It goes direct.
I'm sorry, the last time who was
That Kayla, sorry for the pronouns, that Kayla Bumpus was going to call Investigator Viverito
we need to
a
get
hoe.
into who it was, or just that somebody.
I think we need to get into who it was.
Why? Well, was she at the time? Is this for real, y'all?
Yeah. Well, it's a.
None of this is relevant. Whatever is happening between Bumpus and Jackson has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence.
Unfortunately, the bias of a witness. Well, fortunately, or I strike that. It is not fortunate or unfortunate, except for the fact that it is dragging this case on even longer. But a witness's bias towards a party may always issue.
If she isn't dispute,
she isn't. Talk at the same time.
Kayla Bumpus is not a party to the incident. Kayla.
Yes, but if she's married to one of the parties, then that might qualify.
I don't know. I'm not the proponent of this evidence. I'm hearing Mr. Weinstein out, but my silence should not be viewed as acquiescence that I believe this should be admitted. I need to hear what Mr. Weinstein is saying because I may have an objection myself.
What I'm saying is that if there is a relationship between Miss Bumpus and the defendant, then Investigator Viverito's bias against that.
Against being called a bad name?
No. If she is in an altercation with someone that's in a relationship with the defendant, I think, and especially if it is a threat, because
How is that a threat?
That's the last time you're going to call me a hoe. I mean, I've had clients arrested for less.
For sure.
You may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, I'm not finished with my sentence. You may ask if she is following the case and has been following the case in any kind of manner. But it's really only relevant if she listened to the testimony of a witness. So you could ask that. But if she's just looking at, and I don't even know if she was looking at, maybe some
fighting words. Period.
So why don't we get her in here and find all of that out outside the presence of the jury?
Oh no, don't get me in there. Hell no, I said outside. Don't get me in there. No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think saying who this is before we find out anything. I mean, do we know whether, we don't even know whether she's actually married to him, or if she was married to him at the time, or if Miss Viverito knows that.
Period.
Or if it was because of any kind of bias against Mr. Stillwell, or just that she doesn't like being called that name.
Well, and no one would, Your Honor, obviously. But if she is in an altercation with someone in a relationship.
What do you mean by altercation?
A verbal altercation.
I mean,
You know,
a verbal, that's the last time you're gonna call me that?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's the last time you're gonna call me that? That's not exactly an altercation.
They say, hold on.
Is that all you got?
That's all I have.
That's it.
Oh,
I
Kayla put her ring finger up to the camera.
More prejudicial than valuable.
Hoisted on my own petard, Your Honor.
Correct. All right, let's get the witness back in and the jury back in.
They just ran over the thing.
I actually don't remember. I thought it was kind of up in the air. You can ask her this. I didn't know she just said, hey, it's 403. So that explains why we ended up not hearing it. I didn't
Mel, you know what 403 is, right?
Yes, so tell me. Tell me why.
No, I want you to tell it. No, I'm asking, do you know what that is?
You mean waste of time, or you want me to say it 304? Which one are you saying?
No, 403 seriously, which means more prejudicial than valuable.
More prejudicial than
Oh, I get what you're saying there. I thought
probable.
you meant the waste of time that they're always saying.
No. I'm saying
She said 403 and she said waste of time.
yes.
She said it was, Paige said that it was waste of time. But in outside of you being involved in it, did you really think that was, do you think it should have stricken her testimony from the record?
This is what I'm gonna tell everybody. Hold on one second. Let me see.
Please give us in details.
Hold on.
Because we need to know this. What's going on?
Hold on. Okay. Tyler.
Yes.
What happened when we were standing outside the courtroom today?
Okay, so we were.
Wait, Tyler.
Yes.
Who do you know in this trial?
Nobody personally.
Correct. Nobody, right? Tyler, do you know me?
Hey, real quick. Can we take the screen down so we can see?
Oh, take the screen down. Hold on. How do I do it? Hold on.
Hi, Tyler. Nice to meet you.
Okay, let me tell y'all. Tyler been in court for so long and she don't know nobody. Tyler, tell everybody who you are.
Okay, my name is Tyler, and I've been watching the trial for coming about 3 or 4 months.
Who do you know?
Nobody.
Correct. And what happened today? Tell everybody what happened.
We were out in the hallway.
Who is we?
Myself and one of the, I guess, what's he like a
deputy?
Deputy, right.
And who else?
You, me, and the deputy.
Okay. And what was happening before we went out? We're not in a good mood. We were playing.
Yeah. We were chilling, having our lunchtime chronicles, just having a good time. So as we were chit-chatting, getting ready to go to the restroom before going back in.
What was we talking about?
I was asking you about, explain to me how the process works with the closing, what does the juror do, and all that good stuff. So you were explaining it to me, and then comes the state walking in along with Miss Viverito, whatever her name is, no disrespect. And she came up, they walked in, the state, and she kind of backtracked, and it was like, this gonna be your last time calling me a H. I don't know if I can say it or not.
Say it, friend.
You can say it.
It's your last time calling me a hoe. So we were kind of like, what the hell? And then Kayla was like,
I'll tell you what Kayla said. Kayla said, hey, bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. hey bitch, hoe. And then she kind of just like walked back in, but she tried to be slick about it, you know, and it was just a hot mess from there. It was so.
But Tyler, did I look at this lady?
No, you were looking at me.
And what was that? We was talking about jury instruction. Did I say anything to her?
Nope.
And this lady said, "Hey, Kayla, how you doing?" I said, "I would never speak to you." She walked back and said, "This your last time calling me a hoe." I said, "Hey, bitch, you a hoe and everything else." Did I not?
Yes, but and she was aggressive about it. Like,
then she looked like she was finna come in my face.
Yeah. It was.
What is all the smoke with you? I really would like. I mean, I get that she's obviously obsessed with Shannon, but do y'all have like history? What is she so bothered by when it comes to
y'all? I think this bitch got my phone tapped. Let me tell you why. Because yesterday I had a conversation with somebody. I called her all kind of hoes. I went back on my live. I never called her a hoe. So the hoe, I don't know where she got that from. Because I didn't call her a hoe on live yesterday. Now I may have called her a hoe on live today. I don't know where she got the hoe from. But what I'm telling you is, I did not do nothing to this lady. I was standing there talking to Miss Tyler. I was talking to a deputy. We was talking about jury instructions, and she said, "Hey, Kayla." I say, "I wish I would speak to you." She say, she walked backwards, put her head back, and say, "You got one more time to call me a hoe." I say, "Hey, bitch." But let me tell y'all, the history between me and Viverito don't have nothing to do with Shannon. Y'all keep talking about Shannon. It got something to do with about 15 of my clients. Why do you keep lying on people? Bro, my phone is tapped. They hold on, tap my phone. Hey, ho. Stop. Uh-oh, sorry.
Oh, Lord.
So because of your prior experiences with Viverito, you've been met her, you've dealt with her on 15 separate occasions. Her hostility is coming from. Plus,
correct.
You know, she keeps up with the trial and she watches everything. It all makes sense. But when you said this months ago, let me just make sure the chat knows. You said months ago, I'll tell y'all about Viverito. She's not a good person. You said this months ago. So I just feel like today, seeing her on the stand today, seeing her on the stand these last couple of days, it makes sense. I believe everything that you're saying because that.
But my whole thing is now, let me tell you something. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of people that I don't like. I don't like Simone no more. I don't like Adrian no more. I don't know Taisha, but she says she the prettiest girl. If I wanted beef, I would have said, "Hey, ho, who you the prettiest? What talking about? I'm standing right here." You know what I'm saying? I didn't do none of that.
Oh. We getting the dirt, baby. We getting the dirt.
Well, they said cut the cameras. Well, I'm gonna say this. I don't feel like you have tried to create like any beef or anything, and that's good. But Viverito today, I absolutely believe that something should have been done about the way she conducted herself. Because regardless of whatever history you two have, she had no right to come and walk up on you and say anything. I just hate nothing was done about it. I feel
Tyler, did she walk up on me? When we were just standing,
we were just casually standing there, just chit chatting. Yep. And she showed, like you said, she
walked back, put her hand back, and said, "You got one more time." One more time? Then what?
Exactly.
Did you feel like that was a threat? Because it was Paige, even in
100% felt like it was a threat. Because what happened after one more time? What you gonna do?
That's exactly what I said. I said, so what happens? Because Paige was saying, I don't think that's necessarily a threat. It absolutely is a threat. What do you mean?
100% was a threat.
What happens after the next time
hold on. Mel, let me tell you what happens next. So I go back in there. I say, "Miss Tasha, I need you. Where you was at? I'm by myself." Look, I'm going crazy. So I'm pacing because I can't believe this is happening. Because I have done nothing to nobody. I see Adam outside, right? I say, "Adam, Hey, do you know what Viverito just did to me? Let me tell you what he said to me, Mel. You gotta stop calling her a hoe on Instagram.
So he knew that so she told him that you called her a hoe on Instagram, whatever it was.
That's what he said. I say, Adam, what I do on Instagram, what I do on YouTube does not reflect who I am in this courthouse. I still come in here as a professional. She has no right to take what I say off of YouTube and what I say off of Instagram and bring it into this courthouse. Because if that's the case, I might as well wear a bikini in here.
Yeah, bikini is crazy.
But I'm saying that's what I do on Instagram. But I'm saying, do you think
it cut off?
You think anybody takes that serious? No, everybody still respects me as a professional. No, he's annoying.
What the fuck?
And then, Mel,
Then.
Can you post these texts when I send them to you? I'm gonna send them to you.
I don't think I can.
If I show them to you, can you send them on Instagram? Because let me show you. Since Adam Abate wants to yell Kayla's married to Shannon, let me tell you what else he told me. Man, I'm finna send you this.
I was about to say, won't you just put, you can't put it in the screen. Lord.
No, because I'm getting my makeup done, but I want you
to say, I'm about to say, just hold him. I'm about to say, just hold him.
I just told Adam, stay strong. You got this. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
I'm about to say, I just hold him and post.
I just told him, I say, stay strong. You got this, Adam. Mel, put this on.
Girl, baby, listen. I said,
let me show y'all. And then don't make me play the courtroom stream from McBurney when you can hear him say, "You're not coming to court next week for your man."
Who said that?
Adam Abate. Okay, but go ahead. What I sent you. Put it on the screen so I can.
Let me read it first.
Stay right here.
Let me read it first, y'all.
You want me to go ahead and go drop that?
I can put this up there, y'all. It ain't nothing crazy.
It ain't nothing crazy, but it proved he know what she was doing.
No, that's absolutely. Hold up. Let me see. Can y'all see that?
What it say, Mel?
Spoke to her, won't happen again.
Period.
So Abate definitely knew that. What exactly? Just confirmed.
Put it back up, Mel. Put it back up.
What is saying?
I hold this. This ain't nothing crazy. Adam said spoke to her, won't happen again. After all of this happened, it was at 2:10 today.
Well, you damn skippy ain't gonna happen again because she done. Now, am I crazy?
I can't believe that. I just can't believe that nothing was done about it. I think that's like I guess where I'm kind of confused at, because she definitely was trying to intimidate a witness. She's definitely been watching YSL Talk, YSL Twitter, YSL Instagram. She's definitely been watching that.
Well, hold on, Mel. This is what I'm gonna say. Y'all, I'm not confirming or denying that I'm married to Mr. Stillwell Jackson. Not confirming or denying. But this hoe believes it. So that means you standing outside a courtroom harassing who you believe to be the defendant's wife.
Exactly.
What that mean?
Exactly. That's why I don't understand why nothing was done. I don't understand why nothing was done about it.
So this okay. So has she ever? Because I know we've heard of Mook Tunk, we've heard of Mickey-Ann Garlington, we heard of Woody, her being their probation officers. Has she ever been Shannon's probation officer?
100%. 100%.
But I ain't gonna lie to you. My flappers are fucking gassy. Okay? I'm over here having a problem. I went and got the damn body. Okay.
Well, she has been Shannon's an officer. She said she's known him since he was
okay. Kayla, I'm gonna drop down. Y'all still need me to stay up or drop
We'll
down?
let you know if we need you to come back, Tyler. Just stay on. Stay by.
I'll
Stay
stay.
here. I'm rebooting.
Just X out.
I'll put you down.
Okay, cool. All right. Thank you.
Just stay by, Tyler.
I got you.
And y'all here.
So she had, because I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you the God's honest truth. I didn't want this. You know, everybody knows I do not live trial watch because of my mouth. So I know good and well it's not good for me to live trial watch because I've been said something, and I'm just now starting to get used to the fact that people are taking my words and carrying them somewhere else and doing other things with them. So for me, I did live trial watch because I felt like this was semi-historic as far as this trial, what it's been, and the fact that the state was actually getting ready to rest in the longest criminal trial in Georgia history. So I was like, we might get the rest today. So I was really trying to catch the cross-examination. And then the dang on, I can't even get it out, and them resting, basically.
Hold on, Miss Jefferson. Let me say something. Somebody just said, why is Kayla telling the state to be strong? Let me tell you why I was telling the state to be strong. Since people want to yell out Kayla's married to Shannon, it's because Anna Bonte came and say, I can't fix what Adrian did. Oh, ooh.
This wine ain't gonna do it. I need some Hennessy. This is
I can't fix what Adrian did. I can't keep up. Bitch, I know you can't. Oh, I'm sorry, Mom.
Okay. Wait. Okay.
I'm sorry, Miss Jefferson. I'm sorry, ma'am.
You cutting up.
No, because what I'm trying to tell you is, why would you yell Kayla's married to Shannon? And that have nothing to do with what's going on in the courtroom. Viverito is the liar. Yell that.
Help me, Lord. Shit. Now we understand why the boy was confused, because I said he was up there asking questions that had already been asked, but Whitaker wasn't there long enough with.
I know you can't.
Neither one of them knew if it was asked or answered, because Abate hadn't been there, and neither was Paige. So it was a mess. Lord. Okay. So she was his probation officer, because I'm gonna tell you, it was given.
Yeah.
It was given what is it? What's the background? Because it was weird. And I hated for it to be weird while I was live, because I didn't get a chance to go back, double check myself, think about it, get ready to make my video, and then start talking. It was happening in front of my face, and from 1,800 miles away, it felt like everybody can.
Well, they told y'all to be quiet.
Everybody can but Shannon. Everybody can cap but Shannon. Everybody can get a tattoo but Shannon. Everybody, it was getting weird. It was given Taraji and acrimony. It was given, I got stood up at the prom and I still got my dress. It was given all kinds of weird things, and it was really weird even before today. Yesterday's testimony was really weird. Today just was like, okay, I thought she went home, got a good night's sleep, said her prayers, came back, and maybe she would have had a better day. Maybe she obviously stays on the internet, so maybe she would have saw everybody's overall thoughts about how she was coming off yesterday, and maybe.
They say how she does grandma daddy.
She know everything. This woman can rattle off everything about this man without looking at a piece of paper.
That's how she does that, baby. Cause she's a stalker. They say Miss Viverito want to be Miss Jackson.
I saw Viverito one time in my house when they had their search on. We didn't even have it. I would stand up in court and say,
no. You did not want to stand up in court.
Yes, I did. But she was lying. She don't know me. I promise, I swear to God, this lady's seen one thing.
No, they can't see you.
They heard me.
You should see me driving. She didn't say that to what I'm on.
Mama said, they heard me. Yes, Mama, we hear you, friend. We hear you, Mama.
She don't know me, baby. Literally, you know, one time when they had this surgery, they came in my house, that's all. Don't know me, and she didn't even introduce herself to me or nothing. I don't know her. She's lying. Tell her she's lying.
Which person are we talking about?
Beverly, my heart beating so fast, Mom.
Know me.
Mom, you gonna get me in trouble?
No, you ain't gonna be in trouble. I'm talking. I ain't scared. She don't know me. When they came in my house and went all over my house looking for some phones, I gave them the phones. And when I gave them the phone, they still went in my basement. They went in his room. They went in my closet. They went in my bedroom. They went in my spare room. They did not even open.
Baby, that's Shannon's mama over there with Kale. What?
Miss Betty, tell Miss Betty that those text messages. What your mom hearing? We know she loved him bad. We know she loved him bad.
That's my baby.
Betty, we know Miss Betty.
That's right. That's my baby.
Ooh, okay, Miss Betty. Okay.
And I don't play about my child.
And we don't know nothing else.
That's right. You know that I don't play.
Boss lady said that's a sweet thing. I said that earlier.
Hey, my sweet thing, yeah. That's what he answered to. Yeah.
Y'all gonna give me a divorce?
You can get a divorce, girl.
My sweet thing.
Yeah.
I know that's right, Miss Betty.
Yeah.
Baby, that was Black Jesus. That was Black Jesus. I don't know what's going on in this world no more. I don't know.
Play the clip, and clip, and clip.
What kind of clip? What kind of clip can we play? How do we get this?
I tuned out.
I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready.
I was lost. I didn't know what was going on. I was reading my chat. I wasn't even. My bad. My bad, y'all. Well, we've already played the other clip. I mean, that might be a
It ain't no.
They say we need to go on commercial break.
That might be a good cut. That might be a good cut. You know.
I love y'all.
I think this is a perfect place to just end the live. It's a what does Paige like to say? This is a natural stopping.
A natural stopping point.
Natural stopping point. Natural stopping point.
I was on
I am crying.
Grab my
Good night, y'all.
and millionaires. I'm gonna see y'all. Good night, Miss Betty. It was nice meeting you.
You too, guys.
I'm gonna bye, y'all. Thank y'all.
I love you, girls.
Bye bye. Thank you.
I love you. I love you.
Miss Betty.
Your people down. About.
They all. Yeah, I can't wait to call them. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me repeat. That voice that you heard from the back. You know, I'm up here trying to text, and baby, I had to stop texting once I figured out what was going on. That was the mama over there with the lawyer. But the girl on Sylvia's channel seems trying to insinuate that she the girlfriend. See, this is hood shit. I don't got time for this. What? Yeah, I got to give me some candy. I need me some candy. Yeah, this time of night, I need to go to the store. This is when I do my, I get my nervous eating on. I don't eat. I better wait. Ah! And I had thought that the detective or investigator or Viverino or whatever, she did, know. I was like, damn, she know the information pretty good. That's just she know this case. I was saying, I'm like, this girl got a good memory. I know, people had attributed to her being a stalker, but and she don't need. I'm like, she does. I mean, I was saying to myself, damn, I wonder what kind of witness preparation they did with her. But she's pretty good. Georgia. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, you can't make this shit up. Let me see if we can get some Diddy updates before I get on the phone now, because I am. What's Sloan talking about tonight? I'm gonna give y'all my wake up music. It's crazy.
Now we can settle this like you got some plans, so we can get into some gangster shit.
Hey Chris, I don't want no issues, bro. I don't want no smoke. I don't want fights. I don't want to do nothing, bro. Like, please, bro.
Who want smoke with me? Who want smoke with me? Who want smoke with me? Who want smoke with C? Who want smoke with me? Who want... Okay, let's get down to the facts, pussy, I'm dripping red. Don't let this R&B shit fool you niggas get ripped to shreds. Quavo talking like he a thug, nigga, you a bitch with dread. Can't wait to see the day that you back up all of that shit you said. What's all that bullshit you talking, you ain't no huncho, nigga. You the weakest link out of your clique, let's keep it a hundo, nigga. You fuck my ex-hoe, that's cool, I don't give no fuck, little nigga. Cause I fucked your ex when you was still with a bitch, I'm up, little nigga. They say revenge is sweet. Now think about that shit, don't let that line go over your head. I might just sing about that shit. I had a feeling about that dick, there's something sweet about that shit. I got some tea about that dick, but I ain't gonna speak about that shit. I ain't playing chess with a checker player. I'm a ticking bomb on a detonator. I shit on niggas, I'm a defecator. I put amigo on a ventilator. Stop talking about beating girls. You was beating bitches on the elevator. We seen the taste, that's devastating. You doing bad. You a bitch and your music trash. Actually, they set me next to your lame ass. I was truly mad. All I kept thinking about was breaking your face, but I gave you a pass. You lucky I ain't wanna fuck the money up. Boy, I would've broke you in half. Quit trying to be tough, you ain't like that. Why you keep showing up? Quit talk about drugs, you the only pack that I've been smoking on. I just hit my plug, told him come back, I'ma need more than one. Your last album was a weed trade, just some bullshit that we roll up on. You know what's on, put you to bed. Night, night, that suit fed. Show me that I'm tender, bitch. Time to prove what you just said. R.I.P. take off, he the only real one that got true respect. Crazy how when he died, everybody really wished it was you instead. Oh, shit. You tripping, Chris, don't say that, don't lose your head. You done turned a big bad wolf on these fuck niggas. Never knew revenge. This what happens when a fuck nigga push a real nigga out to the edge. This what happens when a dumb nigga get fame and it get to his head. You don't kiss this ring, nigga. Big fuck you from my middle finger. I tattoo my trigger finger. Bring real beat to your dinner table. My mental state ain't never stable. I know this shit gon' sting, nigga. I run your ass through the ringer, nigga. You just got body by a singing nigga. Bitch. Who want smoke with me? Who want smoke with me? Who want smoke with me? Who want smoke with C? Who want smoke with me? Who want...
Let's see. There's something I just passed by. Add this in this Diddy pay real quick. Listen, no, I'm not doing no Ray J. I'm not doing that. I just said you. That's what you think. Never. Let me see what this is. Tell me, mirror, mirror on the wall. Tell me, mirror, mirror on the wall. I keep letting you have the answer to it. Hold on. I'm coming. Dirty that air now. Seeing the dancing not right. All this craziness. I'm not playing that. I don't get into conspiracy theories. They have to go off the record. I have to control the amount of conspiracy theories we consume because I can't do it. I ain't trying to front. So we go to P. Diddy. Okay, back to Sean.
Now to some of the big legal cases we are keeping our eye on this week in our segment Burden of Proof. New details this morning in the sex trafficking case against Sean Diddy Combs. Prosecutors now claiming that from behind bars, Combs has been actually trying to reach out to possible witnesses and influence a potential jury pool. An undocumented immigrant is now on trial for the murder of the 22-year-old nursing student, Laken Riley, in Georgia. You see him there. And the outgoing Los Angeles DA is releasing hundreds of new documents about Eric and Lyle Menendez, their lives behind bars. But what is the newly elected DA saying about this case now? We want answers to all that. So let's bring in criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor, Bernardo Villalona. Bernardo, it's good to see you on this Sunday. We appreciate it. Let's start with Diddy, okay? He's pleaded not guilty to all charges of racketeering, transportation to engage in prostitution, sex trafficking. He denies any wrongdoing. But what more do we know about these recorded calls from jail? Diddy allegedly trying to influence the outcome of the trial, including potential witnesses and jurors.
Yeah, so it's important to know that when you're in custody, whether it's federal custody or state custody, that the phone calls that you make while you're in custody, it's being recorded unless those calls are being made to your attorney. Those calls are not recorded because they are privileged communications between you and your client. So the prosecutor is stating that several calls were made between Diddy and his sons, where he's claiming that he's telling the sons to try to put out videos or narratives out there that will benefit Diddy in the long run when it comes to the jury pool, to the jury itself, but also to try to contact witnesses or potential witnesses in this case. Again, these are allegations that are being made by the prosecutors. None of this has been proven. But what I do presume may happen that at this third application hearing is that the prosecutor is going to play this for the judge.
Let's move on to the Lake and Riley murder case. The accused killer, Jose Ibarra, has pleaded not guilty and waived his right to a trial in front of a jury. What does that mean?
All right, there's something else.
An emergency hearing in the Sean Diddy Combs case after the defense accused prosecutors of unlawfully seizing materials from Combs' jail cell.
All right, let's get right to Fox 5's Lisa Evers, who just left the courtroom where it all went down. Lisa, what's going on?
Well, Stephen, Natasha, if there was any doubt, it's all gone now that the pressure is mounting and the stakes are getting higher in this federal sex trafficking case against Sean Diddy Combs. This afternoon, we received a last-minute notice from the U.S. Attorney's Office saying that there would be an emergency hearing right here at the federal courthouse at 500 Pearl Street, and new allegations, but this time being made by Diddy's defense against prosecutors. Diddy's defense team slammed prosecutors for what they say was a violation of attorney-client privilege and a violation of Diddy's Fourth Amendment constitutional right against unreasonable searches and seizures. It all goes back to that raid by the FBI, DEA, and other agencies on the Metropolitan Detention Center, known as MDC, in late October. That's where Diddy has been locked down. Diddy's team claimed the raid, which the Fed said was to clean out the notorious jail of weapons, drugs, and other contraband, was actually an excuse to get a look in his cell at his personal notes, marked legal, in a manila folder full of legal pads. Prosecutors admitted the investigator, who was under the jurisdiction of the BOP, that's the Bureau of Prisons, took photos of 19 pages from Diddy's notes, and those ended up with the prosecutors. The prosecutors said they were necessary to an ongoing secret grand jury investigation looking to bring new additional charges against Combs for witness intimidation. Diddy's team wanted the whole case thrown out, or at least a new prosecution team put in place, but instead the judge ordered the prosecutors to hand back any notes that they had and also to destroy any copies of those notes as well. Now, everybody will be back in court here on Friday afternoon for Diddy's third attempt at trying to get bail in this case, with a new bail package and probably some new elements thrown in. Reporting live from federal court, I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Lisa, he continues to try to get freed on bail. Anything new on that front?
Yes, Steve, definitely. One of the things that's new is that since the last bail denial the second time, there was the arrest on federal sex trafficking charges of Mike Jeffries, the former CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch. He was actually released on a 7-figure bail. And so now what the defense is saying is that the judge needs to take a look at why that individual with similar charges, not as extensive as the ones against Combs, but with similar charges, was allowed to be out on bail, and Combs is still locked down at that MDC. So that's the latest from here, and we'll be here on Friday checking it all out for you and giving you a report on what actually happened. Steve and Natasha, back to you.
Great. Appreciate you. Thanks, Lisa.
All right, welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. So we are having this special coverage right now of Sean Diddy Combs' case. He was just in that courtroom where there was an issue, a discussion about whether or not the government violated the attorney-client privilege, violated his constitutional rights by improperly taking or photographing material from his jail cell. And at the end of the day, the judge said there is certain material that will now no longer be discussed on Friday when the issue of Sean Combs' bail comes into play. And the issue of whether or not there was an attorney-client privilege violation, that's going to take a little bit more time, could take several weeks. But in the immediate effect is that certain parts of what the government was planning to introduce or argue will not come in on Friday. Now, we are joined by Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crime's very own, who is inside that courtroom, inside that federal courtroom. Elizabeth, talk to us about what the scene was like, the atmosphere, what Sean Combs looked like. Was his family there? Because unfortunately, we don't have cameras. You are our eyes and ears.
Yeah, that's right, Jesse. And of course, I brought my handy dandy notebook once again, because as you just mentioned, no electronic devices unless you have a particular permit and an order from the judge are you allowed to bring that inside federal courtroom. So we had to do it the old fashioned way, a pen and paper and a notebook. So I actually got into courtroom or the courthouse, I should say, around 2:15. And thank goodness I did, because it really paid off, because it was kind of stacked as far as a lot of press trying to get inside that hearing. And I was very lucky to be able to sit inside the gallery, because a lot of journalists were worried that they weren't even going to be able to make it into the hearing. The hearing was on a completely different floor than it was last time, in a lot smaller of a courtroom, and really lucked out being able to sit in the gallery kind of on the right side, just like I was sitting last hearing in October. But you know, a big difference in this hearing compared to last is Diddy's family wasn't even inside the courtroom. They didn't appear inside court today, likely because this was an emergency hearing and we just got notification of it literally yesterday. So no sign of his sons, no signs of his daughters, no signs of his mother inside that courtroom hearing. But one thing that, and I guess I should say, it doesn't really surprise me as much anymore, but it is Diddy's demeanor. I was expecting, because his family wasn't here, for him to be a little more somber, a little more defeated in a way, but that is not Diddy. Literally his motto, besides being a bad boy for life, is can't stop, won't stop. And you cannot stop that confidence that he has when he appears inside the courtroom. I was very surprised to see that he had come inside. He had kind of smiled at the gallery. I felt in a way he even made eye contact with me, which was very kind of bizarre in a way, but at the same time he was just appearing as that confident Sean Diddy Combs that we have seen plenty of times in the images, of course, in the stories that we have covered prior. And again, he was an enamored figure once ago, but you know, you would think that being about to be on trial for sex trafficking charges, that he would feel defeated. Being in a detention center for the last 2 months, he would feel defeated, but that was not the case. He appeared very jovial. He was very very focused, in the sense of when the defense was making their arguments to the judge, Combs was sitting at the defense table, nodding his head along. He was taking notes. He was passing notes to his defense attorneys. But then at the same time, you could also tell, going back to when he had first come inside that courtroom, was that I think he recognizes that a lot of people are watching him. There's never going to be a moment out of our mouths that we say Sean Combs looked defeated, because again, all eyes are on him. So he's going to make sure everyone is aware that he is in upper or higher spirits, I should say, as he's kind of battling this very heavy court case. But again, when he was inside that courtroom, he was very laser focused. He was, when the judge was asking about the notes and the whole debacle that was going on about that, Combs appeared very adamant that these were legal notes that were taken. They did violate attorney-client privilege. But again, you know, what else are we expecting from a man other than Sean Diddy Combs?
There's one thing that's so interesting about that description. Two things. One, you know, the first time we heard Sean Combs recently was on that happy birthday call from his family, and he actually sounded on the other line jovial. So I'm not surprised you saying that he kind of has this upbeat mentality. I am very curious about the judge's demeanor. So we were reading kind of the transcript about what the judge was saying, but in your best guess, the way the judge was responding to the prosecution, did he seem annoyed at the prosecution? Did he seem to be more aligned with the defense? Because based on the transcript, it seemed he was not only open to the defense's accusations, the defense's claims, but he seemed to side with them a little bit. What was his demeanor like?
Yeah, for sure. And you picked that up 1000%, even from outside the courthouse. It felt that way too. It felt like the judge was very no nonsense. The judge had a lot of follow-up questions for the government and their arguments about what kind of occurred, how it occurred, all of that sort. And so it did appear that the defense was going to get a win in this case. Obviously, we're going to have to wait and see how Friday all plays out. But I gather that the judge was very much no nonsense when it comes to kind of siding with the defense on whether or not that Fourth Amendment and that attorney-client privilege was violated. And I thought for a second there, the government didn't sound as kind of put together as they should have been, because in this case, when you're dealing with somebody like Sean Diddy Combs, you have to cross your T's, dot all your I's, and make sure your ducks are in a row. So I was actually kind of surprised at the government's arguments of everything that kind of occurred, where it was either that, they didn't feel the defense needed to hear or see these types of items. They didn't feel that they needed to be in their possession. And so the judge kind of called them out on it. And I was very surprised that, thinking that the defense would get a win in this argument, but we're going to continue, to wait and see how this all plays out, especially on Friday.
Yeah, it's interesting because maybe the prosecution wasn't prepared, because this was kind of an emergency hearing requested by the defense. They were probably making sense of what had happened themselves with the filter team and investigator one from the Bureau of Prisons who obtained this material from Sean Combs' jail cell. But look, interesting development. We're going to cover more on Friday. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
Now, again, we're going to be on Fridays when we're going to have this bail hearing, and we're going to do the same kind of coverage because I think that is going to be really interesting. I want to get some final perspective right now from Natalie Winningham-Burrell, criminal defense attorney. Your final reaction to the day's events, and also what we can anticipate on Friday with the issue of bail.
I think that we should prepare to be surprised with bail on Friday, because although it is more likely than not that Diddy will remain to be held, he now has an avenue for release. And my major impression here is that the prosecution made a huge mistake in intercepting that attorney-client privilege communication. They could have had that clean team do the raid and then hand over all the items to the court so the court can make a determination of what's attorney-client privilege. They didn't do that. And I think that's why Elizabeth is expressing that they were kind of caught flat-footed. They made a big strategic error here by doing that. And so I do think there will be some more ripple effects from that.
I mean, clearly it is at least a little bit negatively impacted them going into the bail motion on Friday. Natalie Winningham-Burrell, thank you so much for coming on. Always great seeing you.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you for having me.
Now, as I said, we're going to cover this on Friday, but before I do, I have a very special announcement for you as well. If you're looking for a deep dive on the Sean Diddy Combs case, well, guess what? You need to be subscribed to Wondery Plus, because Long Crime is going to be launching a brand new podcast series called The Rise and Fall of Diddy. It launches on December 4th. And guess who it's hosted by? Me. Yep, very excited to be a part of it. So hopefully you can check that out. Again, on Friday is when we expect this bail motion hearing. We're going to do the same thing. We'll do live coverage, take your questions, take your thoughts. Again, thank you everybody for submitting them on YouTube. Thank you so much to my guests. Thank you to Elizabeth. We will be covering every aspect of the Sean Diddy Combs case as it progresses on our live channel here on YouTube and also our various shows. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great night. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll see you next time.
I'm in a
Sean Diddy Combs might be in more hot water after prosecutors say he's been breaking the rules and the law behind bars. So how's he able to do it?
So I hate getting off this particular time. Because I guess I can watch some shows or something. But my shows that are, damn. Ugh, I hate getting off this time. Damn, nobody talk to. Everybody sleep. I don't know. I go be bored. Well, y'all can just wait till I get moved out. Please. So now I need y'all. See, I knew it's gonna come a time. I need you. I need you. Oh, excellent. Oh, excellent. 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 I guess I can. I got more shows on, but see, I'm caught up in the middle. I told y'all, like when it's like this, the time like this, I run my mouth, get it off, you know, get off my chest. I gotta talk. I've been eating whole man meals. So this tastes good. And then and if it don't taste good, I'm gonna have to, if the seasoning that I need ain't right in here, guess what? Y'all gonna have to hold on till I go in the kitchen and get the seasoning that I need. I'm just holding y'all. Ooh. Ooh. This ain't it. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it accomplished. I can get it accomplished by the bedside seat. What I need, right, is to, like, how I have to provide a grilled flavor for some chicken. Okay, but like that, and use this sauce. Okay, that's better. I have no idea. When I tell you I love me some damn starch, oh, I don't see. You know, I don't like starch. I'm like, I don't know why. That to me, that'd be the best part of the meal. Oh, that'd be the best part of the meal. And if you can make some like string beans, just some regular old bland vegetables, and drop some potatoes up in that thing, and some peppers and hush, yeah. I'll be eating that without the meat. But yeah, y'all gotta figure out what y'all gotta do with one Ronnie Bo. I don't know what to think. I'm so confused. But anyway, if y'all want the book, let me know. I will email it to you. Because I'm confused, honey. Hey, I've always heard about mamba sauce or whatever. Mamba sauce. I wonder can I order it? Cause I ordered that what is that sauce from Harris Chicken, That boy talked so much about that damn Harold's chicken. I was like, okay, I got to make something happen. And I ordered that sauce, and I was like, oh, okay. At first, I didn't like it. Then I doubled back and said, okay, but I got to figure out how mumble is it. Because money. Hold on, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Money. So, mumbo. Let me see what it. Okay. I had never tasted before. It was a sweet, tangy mouth. Okay, well, how does it? Like, I don't know though. Hmm. I'm gonna have to order this. I'm from Capital City. I'm gonna order this. I love sauces and seasons and stuff like that, child. Ooh. Many times I'm, go that way. Never had mumble sauce. I'm going to get to it. But anyway, used to me holding you guys. Hey guys. Anyway, hey. So guess what? Put another one in the book. Offset goes official with who? Oh, this is.
Y'all, it looks like Offset has gotten himself in a tight spot as usual, and this time around, rumor has it that he's now with another woman just barely 2 months after parting ways with Cardi. Yep, you heard right. But of course, we all know how Offset gets whenever he's caught red-handed by Cardi's fans. Anyways, y'all better grab your popcorns for this tea, because things are about to get popping. So guys, following Offset's breakup with Cardi in July of this year, after Cardi filed for divorce from him for the millionth time, Offset has time with other women. I know, disappointing, right? But it's off-cheat we're talking about here. Anyways, according to word on the street, Offset's newest girl is Bad Gial. But I gotta say, these rumors of the duo being in a relationship are not just mere speculations, as the duo were spotted together all warmed up at the New York Fashion Week in a photo. And as usual, Offset was quick to make things clear about the status of their relationship as he took to X, formerly known as Twitter, to immediately debunk the allegation. Y'all, it looks like Offset has gotten himself in a tight spot as usual, and this time around, rumor has it that he's now with another woman just barely 2 months.
Oh, him and that woman is looking like they's together. Oh, Lord have mercy now. Lord have mercy, Carter. Let it go. Let him do him. Let him go on, baby. Let him go on. That's all she finna do is do what? Go and be with somebody. It's just gonna get messy. Bring other people into this shit. Then next week they're gonna be black. All this old ridiculousness. You know how they do. Oh my gosh. I don't got time for that. I'm blowing my nose real quick. See, he won't stop cheating. And I know it's probably linked to poverty. Not linked to it, but the cause of it is poverty. He's cheating because of poverty. That's why he's doing it. because of poverty. That's why it's doing it. I mean, let me see if I can recite some stuff from. It's been a minute since I looked at that stuff to actually get the actual word together, but I put like this. It's something I can remember. It's something. Like when you get down to the cause of crime, right? If you follow the track, um, to see, why is it happening? If you follow the track that goes, um, that extends um, from poverty, and it shows how it's correlated, meaning linked to crime, rather than how, and also how crime is the poverty is the cause of crime. You'll see it's two different. It's just different. The mindset, circumstances. Pretty much the same, but the mindset. It's a lot. It's just you have to get deeper. The only thing that's consistent between those two tracks, whether if you follow it, link, or follow it as a cause, or follow it as a link, right? Is the origin and the beginning and the end. That's pretty much the only thing that's consistent. Where does it lead? It either lead you in jail, in the hospital, or in the ground, right? I'm just saying. It's just the sympathizers, and then y'all can pile it on, baby, when y'all want to blame the prosecutors. I'm like, oh. So, and to me, that leaves very little blame for the ones who should bear the lion's share of it. This is my opinion. I think I told y'all that I would mess around and put some, like, do the pot roasted potatoes and stuff like that, and still lay it over some rice. What? How them ghetto men be saying? This shit hitting. Hitting. Anyway. Ooh, I thought we got that now. All right, y'all, let me go. So, hey, make sure you do something good for yourself, somebody else. Make it a good day, tomorrow a better day. I'm out of here, and so are you.